Good evening, Vacaville. This is the first City Council meeting of 2024. Happy New Year. It's January 9th at 6 p.m. Hey, I have a roll call.
Council. Stock.
Here.
Ritchie.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Chapman. Here. Roberts.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair.
Here. If you're able to stand, will you stand with me for a moment of silence? Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Any changes to the agenda tonight, Mr. City Manager?
Not really, Mr. Mayor, but I do want to just advise the council that on the dais in front of you is an update to the ordinance for item 6B that is out there. But so when you consider that for approval, please keep that in mind.
And that item is on consent, and that this is the second reading. So that's just a correction. Okay, thank you. With that, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second. Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. And approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
A motion. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We do have some presentations tonight, exciting ones, and some what I would call, in a way, a bittersweet one as well. So what I'd like to do is have our Parks and Rec Director, Reggie Hubbard, come forward. This is in honor of his retirement. I'd like to read to you this proclamation and let it soak in. Your commitment to the city has been incredible. Whereas we're here today to recognize and celebrate Reggie Hubbard's retirement and his over 30 years of outstanding service to the city of Vacaville. And Reggie began his part-time career on June 15, 1992, with the city of Vacaville as a recreation leader. In less than a year, he promoted to program coordinator. And shortly after recreation coordinator, on July 1st, 1995, Reggie began his full-time tenure with the city as a housing and redevelopment specialist. And within 3 years, promoted to senior housing and redevelopment specialist. And during his time with the Office of Housing and Redevelopment, he received a performance award for his leadership in spearheading innovative modifications in the code compliance and neighborhood services areas. And whereas Reggie's heart for recreation brought him back to the Parks and Recreation Department in 2003, where he has since, and over 20 years, championed for providing creative programming, community-wide multicultural events, and recreational facilities for the residents of the city of Vacaville, and as a recreation supervisor, recreation manager, and on October 10th, 2022, took on the tall order as director for the Parks and Recreations Department. March 14th will never be a dark day in the city of Vacaville, for in 2017, it was proclaimed as Reggie Hubbard's Day. This is for his prestigious athletic accomplishments and induction to the Vallejo Sports Hall of Fame. Reggie was drafted twice by the major leagues, but from a young age knew the importance of pursuing a college education. He therefore accepted a scholarship to Oregon State, earning a bachelor's degree in liberal studies, and later attained a master's degree in leadership from St. Mary's College. Whereas the city recognizes the numerous endeavors the Parks and Recreation Department has accomplished under the guidance of Reggie, including managing all recreation programming and events, master planning Nelson Park, and most recently prioritizing the city's need for a new multi-purpose recreation facility, initiating Vacaville's first arts and culture master plan, acquiring funds to upgrade and enhance several Vacaville facilities, the handsome completion of several Measure M park improvement projects, and allowing his department to shine as they successfully coordinated the city's 2023 Merriment on Main tree lighting event. And whereas the city of Vacaville acknowledges Reggie's extensive institutional knowledge and expresses its sincere appreciation to Reggie for his dedication, integrity, and steadfast commitment to the people in ensuring the Parks and Recreation Department has a roadmap for success well into the future as they continue to create community through people, parks, and programs. And whereas this proclamation is presented to Reggie as a reminder that millions have participated and enjoyed what Vacaville has to offer as a result of his years-long daily efforts, countless staff have gleaned and advanced in their own careers from his mentorship. He is the epitome of timely, effective, and efficient communication, and his what's good personality will always be remembered and will carry on with the staff of the Parks and Recreation Department. Now therefore be it resolved that I, John Carley, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim January 11th, 2024, Reggie Hubbard Day in the City of Vacaville, and wish Reggie the best of health and happiness in his retirement. Congratulations. Your last time at the podium.
Last time at the podium. First, I want to recognize someone who's in the audience. You know him well. His name is Kevin Gardner. He was a police officer here in the city of Vacaville. He got me this job as a part-time employee. He was a rookie police officer here. He said they needed help at the Trower Neighborhood Center, and they ended up hiring me. So he's in the audience in the back. So I just wanted to recognize Kevin. I saw the sign in the back. The staff can't. They can't do anything small, right? And sometimes they don't listen because I said, hey, no, we don't want to do anything big. Let's just, no. This time they didn't listen, but I appreciate that. And I know there was a lot said in the proclamation. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you. I appreciate this council. But at the end of the day, you can do nothing as an individual. Everything we've done over the last 30 years in the city of Vacaville in housing and in parks and recreation was done as a team. It was a total team effort, all the accomplishments that we had. I just stood there and kind of received the glory to an extent. Like some of you may have watched the college football game last night. They talk about Jim Harbaugh, he's the coach. But you know what? They talk about him the most, but the players have to play the game, right? And the team that I have behind me and the team that I've had with me for 30 years have played an outstanding game. I love them to death. They're so supportive. The council has been supportive. The commission has been supportive. And I appreciate the opportunity that the city of Vacaville has given me. So thank you guys tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Before just want to This is your official. Thank you. It was great to see you in the audience too. I mean, I worked with Kevin for years, so this is a place where you can start as a young employee and you can move around and you can make it home and you can make it special, and you have, and you'll be deeply missed, but the team will carry on in your likeness because of all that you brought here. It really is, it's bittersweet. There's always that time just to say goodbye, and you never see it coming, but when it's there, just know that there is Reggie Hubbard Day, so that's a special thing. Now you got two. I don't know of anyone else who has two, so you are special. So thank you anyway. And with that, we have another presentation as well, and so I'm going to ask Paula Ledoux, and I think Mike Miller is going to be here as well. Want to come down? This recognition is for Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month, and it's special to a lot of us. And I know Captain Chris Pullen was also overseeing the division in the police department. And as chief, I had the pleasure of witnessing what took place. And I'd like to read this proclamation because inasmuch as this is for Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month, there have been times in the past because of our energy in doing this that many thought that we had some serious problem in Vacaville. We didn't have a problem any different than any other city, but we took an innovative approach, and it created some real observation, which I'd like to speak to in a minute. But and I'll let you both have a chance to speak as well. But I want to read the proclamation first. And again, it is for Human Trafficking Awareness Month. The human trafficking is a nationwide public health and civil rights crisis with victims and survivors present in all communities, including the city of Vacaville. Whereas human trafficking encompasses both labor and sex trafficking and affects international and domestic victims of every background, race, gender, sexual orientation, and economic status, and young people, while being particularly vulnerable to trafficking and exploitation, often face significant barriers in reporting such incidents. California, consistently recording the highest human trafficking rates in the United States, reported over 1,334 cases in 2020, according to the National Human Trafficking Hotline. And whereas collaborative efforts are crucial in combating human trafficking, law enforcement, federal and state agencies, nonprofits, social service providers, private industry, and non-governmental organizations, including the Solano Anti-Human Trafficking Coalition and SANE SART, are actively working to eradicate human trafficking in Solano County. And whereas the dedicated work of SANE SART and the nature of sound within Solano County Anti-Trafficking Coalition has been instrumental in educating the public about violence and exploitation and in raising awareness about the pressing issue of human trafficking. And whereas all communities must actively engage in preventing human trafficking by promoting safe, healthy, and supportive environments, and by supporting initiatives that aim to eradicate this crisis. And whereas the city of Vacaville strives to be a community where human trafficking is non-existent, where opportunities are available to all, and where every individual is valued and supported, thus ensuring freedom and a dignified life for all its inhabitants. And now therefore be it resolved that I, John Carley, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, and on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim January 2024 Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. In the City of Vacaville, the city acknowledges the critical work of the Solano Anti-Trafficking Coalition, SANE SART, Nature of Sound, and their coalition partners, and commits to supporting the ongoing efforts to educate, prevent, and combat human trafficking. So congratulations for them and for our own staff. So congratulations. What I'd like to do is just offer you the chance to share a few words, but first and foremost, it's important for the public to understand how special of a team that we have here because of what Paula oversees, but also my experience in the police department is completely rethinking how we address human trafficking and looking at the individuals as victims and not the perpetrators of the crimes. And as such, what most people may not know is that the Vacaville Police Department and Mike Miller was very instrumental as a detective in leading this effort, and not only in how we transformed how we did it in our city, but as a model to other cities across the state and actually across this nation as the model, in doing a lot of public speaking on that. And so it goes above and beyond just what we've done for our local community. The fact is you've helped become the model for the entire nation. And I just wanted to make that recognition. So congratulations on your efforts as well. So thank you. I have this, and I'll hand it over to you all, and then go ahead and share a few words if you wouldn't mind. It's always good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. And really thank you to the whole city because, Mr. Mayor, you're right. The Vacaville Police Department has set the tone for how we combat human trafficking, at least in Solano County, and I'd argue in the region. One of the things I think that the city of Vacaville does right is we don't just look at things from one facet. What I've known, I've been a police officer here since 2001. I'm going to retire soon and join Reggie. And I think one of the things that I've always thought that we've done right is we don't just, from a police department standpoint, we don't just arrest bad guys. We look beyond that. We also consider what damage the bad guys have done to the victims and to the community, and how can we address some of their concerns and some of their needs, which is why I'm so glad Paula is here. I've worked with Paula for years, and I'm so glad she's here, because when we arrest a bad guy, we throw handcuffs on him, we put him in jail, and we try to convict him. There is damage that's done to the victim that we sometimes don't see. And this particular crime really underscores that. And Paula and her staff do a phenomenal job of addressing the ongoing trauma and victimization that these young people, oftentimes very young people, have to deal with. There are downrange consequences to this crime. With that, I'll just add this last thing. It's not, Mr. Mayor, when you were the chief, I so appreciated your support for our approach to combating human trafficking. I am grateful that this council is on board with that. I'm grateful that the current chief and our staff is on board with that, because it's not just bad guys, it's also victims. But like Reggie said, it isn't just all of us in here in this nice, comfortable room. There are people behind me, some of which I can't bring their faces up here and put on a camera, because the work that they do, they literally hunt monsters. They are hunting monsters. The most significant work that I've done in 25 years has been to be a human trafficking detective. The most significant work. And the people behind me that I lead, that Sergeant Smith and I lead, we have Corporal King, Detective Shaw, Detective Lampier, Detective Hernandez, Sergeant Smith from the CIT team, and Detectives Wilson, Baxley, and Krieger, all under the direction of Lieutenant Dahl and Captain Pullen. Those are some monster hunting cops. I am so grateful for them and the work that they do. And we would fall flat if all we did was get bad guys, which is why I'm so glad Paula is here with me.
Thank you. Yes.
I
Wait,
just wanted to thank the clinical staff. So from a clinical perspective, we've learned so much from the detectives. They trained our whole staff, and also the community partners that we have. Our advocates had to obtain specialized training for this, and they respond also at all hours of the night. We'll get a call from the detectives, and they'll say, hey, do you have an advocate that can come out and talk to a victim? And then those relationships will be ongoing, and they'll have their cell phones available, and they answer the call, and they do it around the clock. And that's how we help people. So they're the ones that do all the work, and I appreciate them so much, and wish that they could be here to meet you, but they're not, but they're the ones that do it. So kudos to them. Thank you to the clinical staff and to the detectives and all the community partners. And of course, the supportive council.
Oh, yes, thank you. I just really wanted to take this time to honor all the staff that's behind the scenes and our partners. It takes an entire team. I understand that you work in it every day, but I don't know that the public and even some of our own staff understands the complexity of what you do. And secondly, I've been around this nation in virtually every state, and a lot of speaking at the national and international level in policing. What we have in this town, you two can attest to it, but many may not understand, to have a clinical services division that does what we do, it is an anomaly in the profession for an agency that isn't one of your top 10 largest cities in the nation, but we have it right here. So congratulations to all the work that you do. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hassan Sabag. I am the founder of the Solano Anti-Trafficking Coalition, and I'm here with some of our members at SaneSart. I just wanted to highlight some of the initiatives that we've been doing. We've been trying to highlight the hotline so that survivors can get free access to shelter, rehabilitative services that are all trauma-informed. We're also taking a very proactive approach with identifying and documenting hotel rooms across the county. And so what that does is we're building a database so that detectives are able to identify the room and location that a sexually exploited child is in. Just want to say that I am a Vacaville resident. I've lived here my whole life. And as a survivor of abuse and exploitation, this has been a lifelong passion of mine. I also founded the Nature of Sound, which is a creative solutions platform we use to raise awareness about the voices of the voiceless. So I would just really I just want to say I really appreciate the due diligence of the city. It makes me proud to be a member of this community, and the work that the law enforcement agencies here are doing is just top notch. And it really means a lot to just hear about the victim focused approach that's being done. And I couldn't be more prouder of my community. Just thank you so much for doing the proclamation. It means a lot to us.
Well, thank you, and let me shake your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Carr.
It certainly takes a team. When government tries to embark on doing it by themselves, we'll fall flat on our face. And we have some of the greatest, non-governmental partners such as yourself. And the fact that you have yourself overcome being a victim and then become the advocate in our community, we can't thank you enough. So we really appreciate you and the entire team and all that you do for the entire region. So thank you and congratulations on this month in this recognition. So with that, we are going to go ahead and move into the consent calendar period of our council. Is there any member of the council wishing to pull an item for discussion? Any member of the public wishing to pull any item from the consent calendar for discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion? We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. So all the items in consent calendar will pass. Now we're going to move to business from the floor. This is a time where anything that's not on the agenda, you can come and you can discuss this with the council, although we may not be able to discuss it back with you. But if it's in our jurisdiction, we welcome your 3 minutes. So good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Grover Wright. I live on Mills Lane, a few homes from the proposed battery energy storage system site on Leisuretowne Road. Due to a prior commitment, I'm unable to attend tomorrow night's council meeting regarding this very important project, so my desire is to speak now. I apologize for not being able to be there tomorrow night. My problem is that if you look at what happened in Warwick, New York last June versus what we're going to be doing here, Warwick, that same system that they have is proposed for us. It burned for 5 days. The news company was out there trying to film this thing at the perimeter of the place, couldn't do it, had to back a half a mile away to the fire department house. And guess what? Even there, they couldn't breathe. So think about this for a second. What is being proposed is putting all of those batteries inside of the number 1 and number 2 ponds over there at that site. And now we have to go and think about the rain falling in, because in New York, it was just rainwater that shorted it out. This thing has the potential of all the batteries, all the cases going up at the same time. And that ought to be a horrendous, wonderful fire, because we will then be on the front page of every newspaper in the free world. Think about this for a second. Do not believe those who say it can't happen. We're going to put pumps in there and we're going to pump it out. Do you remember when Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans? Remember, they just spent billions of dollars over the previous 10 years putting in fail-safe pumps that failed. Therefore, I say to you, this isn't going to go. My final thing is really why I'm here tonight is to say to each one of you, thank you very, very, very much for listening to us for the last 10 months. I want to come up there and hug every one of you, because as I sit here right now, every one of you is intently not only looking at me, You are listening to me. You are listening to Sarah. You're listening to Pam. You're listening to all of us when we bring the facts forward and also our fears about what this thing could possibly do. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, because as John Thompson, our former city manager, who used to be my boss when I worked for you, went and said, the city government is the closest to the people and always the best. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you later, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, Mayor Carly, City Council, and City staff. Hope you guys all enjoyed your time off with your family over the holidays. Now, as we know, Vacaville has an estimated population of 103,000 people and 77,000 whom are 21 and over adults, resulting in over 11,000 adults in Vacaville who currently purchase cannabis and plan to do so in 2024. This means that as residents of Vacaville, over 11,000 residents are currently unable to purchase cannabis products within the boundaries of our own city. Our residents must travel to neighboring cities of distances of about 8 to 13 miles or more just to purchase medical and recreational cannabis products. This is not just an inconvenience, it's a barrier to essential services that many of us rely on to maintain our quality of life. Cannabis businesses are recognized as essential services across the state and the nation, and their products play a vital role in the lives of many residents who use cannabis for various purposes, including pain management, anxiety relief, diagnosed medical conditions, and overall daily wellness. Despite this reality, the city of Vacaville has yet to deploy the cannabis regulatory program or permit process. This means that our residents are still missing out on these local essential services, and that should be actually available and accessible within our own city. Not to mention the city missing out on a substantial source of annual tax revenue. Now, by implementing this program, not only would we be providing better access for residents, but also boosting local economy through tax revenue and jobs generated by these businesses. An approach that has been successfully proven in other cities like Sacramento, which collected approximately $20 million in taxes from legal cannabis sales in 2022. We call upon the City Council to take action towards deploying Vacaville's cannabis regulatory program and permit process. It's time we make this essential service available to all within our city. Council, if you believe that all our residents within Vacaville should have access to these essential services without having to travel extra miles or cross city borders, then please help our residents take action towards the deployment and development of the cannabis program. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. There's nothing like an outsider coming into a community trying to force their way or their product on a community that doesn't want it. That's what we are experiencing right now with the Billionaires Club and Menard. We have voiced that we don't want them or their product here. That should be enough. We shouldn't have to justify it, but here we are. Entities with unfathomable amounts of money are telling us that we can't live without them. They are wrong. They come in their most transparent way in the form of limited liability corporations. Then they give you a fluff piece, and when you question it, you are given their truth, and anything else is misinformation. Menard has referred to our sharing of factual information as misinformation. This has become a tactic used to convince people not to look at information that others share because they are the experts. We, the people, have been sharing information with you, along with the sources. Our sources are from varying media, and experts have been cited. It's all true, factual information that counters Menard's claims. They make claims to hire an expert in their field, but it's those experts that are building these systems which are the problem. They want to give community benefit packages and meet with entities such as the school district. Why? These are their bribes. What community, especially now, is not wanting funds for something? I have never heard of a school district that didn't want more money, and of course, everyone wants to do all they can for the children. Our current situation can be described as these entities being the strangers driving up and offering you candy to persuade you to do what you know is not in your best interest. We, the people, are the voice reminding you the reasons you should not accept that candy. Please vote no on the extension for Menard. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Happy New Year. I just wanted to come up and I'm not talking about Menard tonight, surprise, but I wanted to mention a couple of state bills that would be of interest for you about energy and battery storage in the future. AB 205 is one that I've sent out to you guys by email, but just wanted to point it out in case you haven't had a chance to read about it. It's a state bill that does the zoning and the permitting process for battery storage systems through the California Energy Commission. And essentially what that does is they do the environmental review and the permitting process, and they bypass any local jurisdiction. So why that's important is if a energy company owns a property, then they can bypass our local permitting. And so the only stopping point we have is the zoning. Another thing that we need to consider, or another bill that was passed last year was SB 38, and that was adopted after the Moss Landing fires. They had 3 fires, and the emergency response wasn't timely enough. There was a big delay in between the time the fire happened and the residents were notified. So now there is a requirement that there's an emergency response plan put in place. But this, I wanted to point out because this is after the fact. This community had problems. Now they're trying to fix it. And I want you guys to be aware that these things can cause problems, and we need to be aware of all the issues surrounding them before we move forward with any company in our town. Another thing I wanted to point out was I just learned the Department of Energy is trying to take away the environmental review process for battery storage units. So they're actually doing a review right now where you can comment on that. I guess it's a proposition. So if that goes through, it'd be up to the state and also the local jurisdictions on what we require, but that's pretty big news. And so if they take away the environmental review for things like solar farms and battery storage, that's one more thing that's making it easier for these companies to put them wherever we want. Basically, I'm just telling you, we're losing local control of these things as we have with housing and other issues, and we need to be aware of them. Going forward with tomorrow's meeting, we don't know what will happen. We hope you'll vote no. But even so, we need to keep these things in mind so that we can put our town and our city's best interest at the forefront. So thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. About 20 years ago, EPA, including Cal EPA, discontinued all lithium mining throughout the United States because this very reactive, highly toxic metal cannot be mined presently in a clean and safe manner. That's being worked on. And then additional to that, there's a new technology that's been pending for a few years, including sodium battery storage units. That's for high volume, large operations. Where I want to go with this is it's so toxic that the United States does not allow us to mine lithium metal. And it is a persistent, means it doesn't go away. A human rights activist, last night I was listening to him and his description. I haven't gone to his writings yet, but he recently published an article called Brown Hands in a Black Hole. And it predominantly addresses the Congolese children that are mining cobalt and lithium by hand. These children are poisoned and they'll die young and they'll have tumors, etc., all the things that we won't even let on an industrial scale in our country to mine. This is not only a pollutant and health hazard, but it's immoral. And I think as the city looks at this, perhaps pending technology is a better option. And so I put that on your heart. Brown hands in a black hole. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, Council. Sorry, I'm recovering from a cold. I'm here to encourage the council to finally approve a Pride Flag and Month and to recognize that it would be a terrible
We're going to
idea.
do that on our very next. So that's on our agenda tonight.
Okay.
So why don't you just wait?
Sounds good.
It'll be up next. So your turn's coming. Anyone else wishing to address the council on an item not on tonight's council in our jurisdiction? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close business from the floor. And we have no public hearings. So we're going to move on to business 9A, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My assistant here get us set up for the presentation. So tonight, the first item before you is the resolution amending the city's recently approved flag display policy to establish a process for selecting commemorative flags. Next slide, please. So the actions for consideration tonight are to adopt a resolution amending the recently approved City of Vacaville flag display policy to establish a commemorative flag selection process, as well as guidelines for their display. And then secondly, by simple motion to select commemorative flags to be flown at the School Street Bridge Flag Monument. Next slide, thank you. So a little bit of background. I think everyone's familiar with this, because we brought this in great detail at your special meeting in November. Historically, the City of Vacaville has displayed just the United States flag, the California state flag, and the City of Vacaville flag, considered government flags, at the School Street Bridge Flag Monument. At that special meeting on November 15th, last year, the council adopted a government speech flag display policy allowing commemorative flags as government speech at that monument. So that particular discussion was very lengthy, very involved. But after that, the council concluded that we're going to allow commemorative flags as government speech. Tonight is part two. Next slide. And this is where we're going to get into the first part of tonight's action, which is a resolution amending the policy to allow commemorative flags and give you several options to do so. So the first one that we're recommending for consideration is that the council could consider the display of commemorative flags and authorize the annual flying of those flags going forward with periods of different dates and recognition and duration of flying. Option two is that annually the council consider which flags to fly for that year. And then again, once again, authorize those flags and how long they're to be flown. Regardless of which option the council considers, this will become the city's flag display policy. Next slide. Now, regardless of which process you select tonight, the council can also choose to, through its normal policy at the conclusion of the council meeting where we get to council comments, a council member can make a request to modify that approved list, whether to add or subtract flags on that approved list. Next slide. Just a little bit about the process to do so. In order to do that, you would have to agendize a request for the removal or for the addition of a commemorative flag. And the guidelines would include some recommendations from staff, which would include that any such request would be made at least 60 days prior to the requested display date to allow time to add the request to a council agenda. It would also allow staff the opportunity to confirm the availability of a specific commemorative flag. And that would, have the council member provide a picture of that said flag that would be flown. And then finally, if we receive multiple requests all at one time, we would handle those on a first come, first served basis. So we're also suggesting that you include some updated guidelines to the flag policy that you just adopted because of the action that occurred that evening. Currently, the flag policy includes that there's, we need the duration of flags. It includes a maximum time frame of 31 days and the number of flags that can be flown at the same time. Currently, that number is no more than one. Doing our homework, next slide. We're suggesting that you may want to consider that you fly more than one commemorative flag at a time. The flagpoles at the School Street Flag Monument can accommodate 2 flags each, which would allow for a total of 3 commemorative flags that could be flown at the same time under those government flags. Little caveat on that, which I'll get to in just a moment. Next slide. So on that note, some other guidelines for your consideration. Council can consider allowing certain flags to be flown for a longer period of time. For example, the POW MIA flag can be flown year-round in some jurisdictions. One thing I want to point out about that particular flag is that that is the one commemorative flag that can be placed under the national flag on the flagpole. No other commemorative flags that you consider tonight can be flown under the national flag. Okay? So what that really leaves you with is the option to put additional commemorative flags underneath the state flag and the city flagpole. In addition to revising the flag display policy, actually, if you can go back one, I'm sorry. We already covered that, thank you. You're ahead of me. All right, so in addition to revising the policy and establishing the guidelines, we're also asking you to establish the list of which commemorative flags this council sees as government speech to fly. Next slide. Therefore, we're recommending that you determine a process for selecting those commemorative flags to be flown in accordance with that new display policy, and then consider and select those flags to be flown at that particular site. We've thrown a lot at you. We provided some attachments for your consideration. These are examples of what are identified and recognized at the national and state levels of holidays and heritage months, as well as flags. And so those are included in your packet. We've also included attachment 4, which is hopefully the takeaway for tonight's action, that you identify which flags this council would like to fly, the duration of time, and the period of time. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Looking, and I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for the presentation. We'll move on into our initial discussion. So to the council, what I'd like to do is just recognize there's 2 parts. We'll start with really what the process is so that we have an understanding. I'd like to hear from you, and then we'll get into the second part, which is which flags, and based upon your opinions and your asks. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Of the 2 options that were provided, I am in support of option 1. Can you put that back up on the screen, please? That's what you're asking for.
Right. So the first part of this is this is because there is a need to amend, because we ended the meeting saying that we would come back in January. So that's really what we're doing here. So the option is for the process is to amend the policy that we started in November. So there it is.
Yes.
So you're saying that option 1, and option 1, my understanding.
Pretty much the difference is we wouldn't have to come back each year to start in January and revisit this. And in the second part, as you described, we're going to identify our desire which flags. So we're going to compile a list. So
So the idea, option 1 is simply that instead of it being an annual item, it is tonight votes can be made. And in doing so, selecting flags would be based upon an ongoing ability for a council member at any time at the end of a council meeting to say, I would like to propose to bring back an item to either add a flag or remove a flag.
Right.
And that policy would live in perpetuity without an annual. Any other comments on the council? Councilmember Silva?
Sorry, thank you. So, 1, are we going to go to public comment? Just want
We will.
Okay.
We will.
And then, so then I guess, so I'm trying to, so if you wanted questions, I have a comment, but maybe I should wait to make that comment.
Well, this will be on the, let's just discuss the policy first, and then we can understand.
Sure. So, well, the one thing that I'm concerned about is, and it came up from the community about, having to discuss this and kind of prolong things. My thought is that we would collect different requests. We can make motions. Council can make those motions throughout the year, but we collectively analyze those and make a decision on those, yes or no, January of each calendar year, rather than something that's kind of spread out or just kind of spread out throughout the year. So that way it's just something that's made. Maybe there's a group that's formed if it gets to that point. It kind of does some more evaluation and feedback and whatnot. It's just something that kind of keeps things to where we can better balance the regular city operations along with other issues that come up. Those are my thoughts.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Because this item has had a lot of input from the community and we've discussed it as a council, and because this is the first time we're looking at it, I kind of feel a little hesitant to go with option one because that's like, this is what it is without having the input throughout this year. So I think it would be safe to go with option two and then look at both options again next January. And then I would feel more comfortable next January saying, oh, this is what it is. But I would advocate for number two right now because we're just in the process of seeing how it's going to go this year.
Any other thoughts on the council? Councilmember Chapman.
Just clarification. The opportunity to revisit as questions come about would take place with option one, could take place anytime during the year.
So the concept that you could amend any policy that is a city council policy could happen with either option. So this council can bring back, as we do at the end of our council comments, that doesn't preclude this council or any future council from making any future decision.
Right.
To bring back an individual flag to add or to subtract, or the policy itself. You know, there are oftentimes council reviews their own policy as we set policy. Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. I simply would like to make a motion to.
Well, we're not there yet, so thank you. Well, this is an idea. We still have to have the public.
Oh, you're right.
What I'm trying to do is get to the objective of what we stopped at that point in the meeting. At that point in the meeting, it was this council voted 5-2 to adopt government speech with commemorative flags. And so what's before us now is the opportunity to set that policy. So one issue of this policy is it an annual basis, or is it tonight this council will choose to vote and could bring back at any time in the future? It doesn't have to be at a set time to update it. As you know, every 2 years there's an election and there's new council members coming on, and so the ability for a policy to kind of live and breathe will always happen. Instead of putting it as a placeholder annually, where then this becomes an annual discussion every January. So that's the difference between those two types of policies. Do I have that right? That's right. So that's part of it. And so when it's time to make the motion, understand that that's one facet. The other facet that's at least in this staff report is the desire of the majority of this council is to implement a policy that allows for commemorative flags on the flagpoles downtown. And with that, in the staff report, it also suggests that in direction, because it's our direction, is it one flag? Is it two flags? Is it multiple flags? And that will be part of the motion. So what I'm trying to do is get all of us to understand when it's time to make a vote. You're voting on all the pieces of this. Do you want it? Don't you want it? And everyone's has their voice and their vote through the motions and potential amendments, friendly amendments, or any type of motion to get us through this. I'm trying to do it so we don't spend too long in doing this. That's another piece of what a motion potentially could include. Vice Mayor Wiley.
Just one other comment, since we're discussing these. I will say I have been in the position where I wanted to get a vote and it didn't go anywhere. So if I want to bring up a flag, there needs to be 3 other people that agree with me. So if I go with option 1, I might very well want to discuss it again, as well as 2 other people might want to discuss it again, but we could not bring it up without having the majority. So that's another reason why I'm opting for option 2, saying that next January we will look at it, because otherwise I might not be able to bring it up even if I choose to.
Good comments. It's really understanding it's impacting how we will address this policy in the future and how we will set this policy for future councils.
Yes.
All right. With that, there definitely is an opportunity to have an internal discussion before I open it up to the public for discussion on which flags to fly. That's something that we can do, and I am encouraging that we do this now, because I also want to share some information with the public when it's time for the public to have comment. Councilmember Sutton.
All right, so you want us to lay everything out now?
Yeah, I will take some notes. But whomever, I'm just trying to get this straight. And the reason is just because when it's time for someone to make a motion, just wanted to make it clear what that motion is.
Understood. Okay, so a couple of things I wanted to address tonight. It's come up in other meetings about this concept of us not having a voice. We have a forum that people are very welcome to come and speak to us. They have on the energy storage thing. They've been relentless for almost a dang year now. People taken away from their families, bringing in their families, right? So the ability for us to have that freedom of speech is something that's essential, and it's nothing that's necessarily always pretty, how we want to hear it, how we want to give it. It's nothing easy on a lot of folks. So it's not only just speaking in public, there's also emails, there's calls. I've had tremendous conversations about this particular topic from different views. I've made a lot of effort to make sure that I understand different perspectives of folks who I normally possibly politically identify with, personally identify with. I've learned that not everybody is 100% correct like me. I think I'm the only one who's 100% correct all the time. So I'm joking there. So, you know, there's so many different views on so many different topics, and it makes it absolutely challenging. This notion that we are ignoring anybody's voice, that is not true. The reason why I kept my mouth shut, someone who's naturally very vocal about things, is because I truly want to be open-minded and look at things from different perspectives and challenging my own perception of what should be. Kind of along those lines. So I think it's incumbent upon us as elected to make sure we understand and listen, not just to people who speak, but also understand what those who don't speak, and understand different point of views that are going on, not just topic, but other topics as well. So I think that, you know, we have different forms and check and balances with our system. That's the reason why this country, for as much as people want to knock it, there's so many great things about it. That's what the Constitution allows us to ensure. And it's up to us for each generation to pass it on. Sometimes each generation makes a mistake. On this particular issue, I've had a lot of emails since our decision that I was wrong, or that we were wrong. And I want to clearly communicate. I didn't create this issue. I didn't create this problem. I am committed towards not creating or exacerbating any type of divide. And I know that can be very subjective, but the fact of the matter is, folks are trying best ways, whether we agree with it or not, of how we can go about making a more inclusive community, how we can create a more welcoming environment. And that's not just from the social aspect, but also from business and other aspects of quality of life. So that all said, we speak on behalf of, and I feel very confident about this, of the city of Vacaville. And it's for those reasons, I don't think, I respect staff's recommendation, but I don't feel that we should fly more than one flag. If there's an additional, so since there will be additional commemorative flags yet to be decided, I think there should only be one at a time, and one at a time underneath the city of Vacaville flag, symbolically. And that's with the exception to a POW MIA flag, which we can discuss when that comes to that point.
And I think, just to clarify real quick, Staff's recommendation is to help us understand what our options are when we vote. So they're not recommending that we begin to fly multiple flags. What the recommendation is.
Let me clarify, to recommend to consider that option, or that we have that option. So thank you for allowing me to clarify. So that's where I feel with it as far as option. I don't want us to kind of give this appearance that we're reevaluating this every year. There is a system in place to champion different causes. If people don't agree with whether it might be one of us off, one of us may be leaning, maybe for a flag, for example, and the others aren't. But there's ways that there's additional ways, whether it be short-term or long-term, that those can be addressed. It's very certain. There's obviously a push to put this on a ballot and allow the whole community to duke this out. Obviously I'm not for that from the previous meeting, but I think that collectively we have a system with a representative democracy, with districts that has representatives from throughout our community to come together to make these sometimes very tough decisions and find ways to figure out how we can keep everybody not being divided, but how do we keep everybody together and understanding different point of views. So to all of those points, I feel that option one is the best one. I shared my comment that I think that rather than evaluating stuff throughout the year or different requests throughout the year, we collect those throughout the year and evaluate them once at the beginning of the year. I'm not, if the rest of the council decides to do that throughout the year, that's fine. Those are additional requests, and maybe there would be requests to remove. But we'll see how that goes. I mean, that's obviously this is something that's fluid. I made my comment about one flag at a time. If there's a second flag, then let's say there's a flag that's designated for the entire month. If there's another flag that council suggests, then that flag for the month will be removed for that alternative flag for that one day. And that's where I'm at with that.
Vice Mayor Wild?
I have a question. What commemorative flags has Vacaville flown besides the pride flag for the last couple of years?
I don't want to be wrong on this, but I believe that even in the staff report, the only one that has been flown has been a pride flag.
Based on the research that we've done, that's all we could find.
And the commemorative flag discussion doesn't change anything that we're doing with our proclamations. And I do feel like we had two very good proclamations tonight. If we have a proclamation for, a particular month for police officers or whatever, that doesn't mean we're necessarily going to go out and hang up a flag. I don't think we need to rush in and try to find a commemorative flag for every month. So to me, I don't think we're going to go from having just like the pride flag and maybe the POW flag to having, 2 or 3 a month. So I guess when we get to that discussion, will be kind of interesting onto how we're doing that. But that also kind of plays into the whole thing. Are we looking at a lot of flags, or are we just really going to have the ones that we've had in the past and not add like one a month?
Well, yeah, to your point, there's only been one flag.
Right.
And I do understand in my asks of staff, the same attachments that are on tonight's agenda were the attachments that were in November, and they're not intended to do anything other than inform this council, not to direct council or to lead or somehow cause the council to feel compelled to start adding a whole bunch of commemorations or flags, just simply some context to what's going on at the state level and also at the federal level. And most of those weren't flags. They were just, these are holidays, special recognition. Some, I have no idea who they are. And at some of the state and federal level, because they're not the traditional ones that we see at the state and local government.
Right.
So it's our prerogative. Again, this is government speech. Just for clarification, just want to remind the council and the members of the public that are here to speak on this item tonight that the determination of the government's message is one that is controlled and made by the city council, not private members of the public. That was the vote in November. There was an alternative that motion that was not accepted, which was to not be challenged with the forum that the city of Boston, which led to the Supreme Court, which is the whole reason for our discussion. So ultimately, this council, one way or another, voted for government speech, and that the flagpoles would be the essence and the sentiment of the 7 of us, not the public and not staff. It would be our council. That's exactly what this is. Now, we'll have input from the public, and we all have input from constituents, but that's government speech is our speech. It's no longer the public's forum. So what this means, while this is being done in a public meeting, that will afford the opportunity for the public to comment. The city council will determine the government message that will be conveyed by the display of commemorative flags. So that's my discussion. This information was shared with me and prepared on my direction from our city attorney's office to understand what government speech is versus free speech versus private speech. This is our speech. So when we vote today or any council in the future based upon our policy, it's our speech.
Representative democracy speech. So it is the people's speech through us.
Well, I respectfully disagree that
You disagree with the Constitution and Supreme Court.
Actually, I don't. I understand it quite well, and I've researched it. The point is, and I said it in November, and that is the representative democracy is at the ballot box. And so the Supreme Court has given us the ability to choose, and we chose ultimately, collectively at a 5-2 vote, that it would be government speech. One motion was government flags only, and the other motion was commemorative flags. And so ultimately, does it mean that anyone on this council or future council can listen to a constituent? Yeah. But the public can't petition at a meeting to ask for a flag to be raised. That's not what government speech is. You have to, this is what we're doing tonight. If you want to raise a flag, this council will vote on it.
I don't know what the issue is, the difference of anything else.
Madam City Attorney, am I correct on this?
So the government speech is really the council expressing the message that they want to share with the community, right? So as you mentioned, the council can, they talk to constituents, they talk to the public, they hear from the public. That certainly informs the message that you want to provide to the public. You've created a policy which gives the council control with respect to what you are saying and what message you're communicating. And that's one of the things in the Supreme Court case is the control that the council, that the government has over the speech. So certainly somebody from the public can get up under public comment or under business from the floor and say, I think you should fly XYZ flag. But the fact is that you've adopted a policy about how those flags are going to come forth through a council member. And so by following that policy, you're controlling the message, you're controlling the speech, and that's what makes it government speech and confines it to that area.
Does that help?
I'm very confident where I'm at. I'm not sure why we keep beating this around the bush. I mean, there's nothing different from what we're doing now than what we do for any other policy. So to me, it's a bit divisive comment that,
Well, really the only reason why I make the point is 3 of the 9 members of the Supreme Court, in their opinion, reminded the concern of how the government speech doctrine, which we are applying in this policy, can be used to privately allow some people's voices heard and other people's not. It's just an advisement from the Supreme Court. So we're totally within our authority to promote our speech. That's all I'm saying. It's just that it is no longer a limited public forum. and it is our speech, and it is not the public speech. It's very clear in their opinion, and I read it again today. But we get to vote with whatever flag we want to fly.
So can you?
Yes, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. So Kim, maybe Jeanette mentioned some comments about flags and at what. So like if you, would it be appropriate to share what flags? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
So number one, we are a military community. I don't take any of the freedoms that I have for granted. So one of the things that my thought process was, number one, to look at what's nationally recognized, state recognized. So the city staff attachment has a whole list of those. I went through each one of those. And what I found interesting that wasn't on those lists was our different military service branch birthdays. So what I did, using the worksheet, I went through and looked at each military branch's birthday. And I think those, so for example, Army birthday, June 14th, that Army flag should go up. Coast Guard birthday, August 4th, that flag should go up. Air Force birthday, September 18th, Air Force flag goes up. Navy birthday, October 13th, Navy flag goes up. Marine Corps birthday, November 10th, Marine Corps flag goes up. National Guard birthday, December 13th, National Guard flag goes up. Space Force birthday, December 20th, Space Force flag goes up. And in addition to that, some other dates that were recognized was Juneteenth, which there's a flag for. Other communities posted as well. That would be June 19th. Now, the one that was of most deliberation and concern was about Pride Month, something that we've done the past 3 years. So LGBTQ is recognized throughout the month of June 1st to 30th. So if we decide to go with only one flag at a time, the inclusive pride flag would go up June 1st to 30th, with exception to the 14th and 19th, when the Army flag would go up, and the Juneteenth flag would go up on those corresponding dates. And that brings us to the POW MIA. So Congress recognizes that the third Friday of September. So with that particular flag, I'm still uncertain if that would go under the United States flag for just that day, for the week. I'm very open to that. But I did some projecting September 18th in 2026. If we do choose to fly the Air Force birthday flag, that's going to conflict with the POW MI flag. I think that if we choose to only fly one flag at a time, the only exception should be the POW MI flag.
So to clarify, the POW MIA would fly under the American flag, which wouldn't conflict with.
Which would not conflict with the Air Force flag.
That's right.
And that's per flag code.
Yes. Because that's the only flag that would fly beneath the American flag.
Correct. And all the other flags would be under the city of Vacaville flag.
Councilmember Wiley, or Vice Mayor Wiley?
Kind of interesting that you brought that up, because that's exactly what I was thinking too, that the military flags would be part of it, and they weren't on the list, but I didn't go so far as to look up their birthdays. But I did see that the POW was also recognized for a national recognition on April 9th. And that was something that nationally they were recognizing at the White House. So it was both in April and in the third Friday in September. So if we went with something like that, it should, I would also think it would be up in April as well. So I'm just adding that now because that's what we just discussed. But when I rang in my light while ago was just, I'm still confused how this decision is different than any other decision we make as a council that is then the council is speaking for this housing development goes in, or we're improving this park. So I don't see how this is government speak different than the other thing. So I just wanted some more clarification, which you've said a few things since then, but I don't feel like the decision we're making. So.
Listen, I appreciate it. It's a very complicated, convoluted issue. I have just over the course of my career been very focused on a particular First Amendment and understand what government speech is versus the protections of freedoms of speech. And so, I mean, I don't have a law degree, but I have, listened to the Supreme Court quite a bit in my career. The only, and from our city attorney, maybe you can clarify this. The one difference is when we're making land use decisions, we're setting policy that is a message that is input based upon a decision that we're making. What we're doing with this is we adopted a policy that said, we, the council, based upon everything that everyone's learning after the incident in Boston in 2017 that made it all the way to the Supreme Court, is who is speaking? Is it a private member speaking, or is it the government speaking? And so on point, it created a conflict with us needing to have better governance to determine, are we going to have a forum? We voted no, we're not going to have a forum because it opens up the challenges that city faced. So then the choice that we made is that we, as a council, from here forward, we have the right to speak as the government. That is different than a land use decision. The key is what are we going to speak? And the issue at hand is using the flagpole to provide a message. We provide messages all the time through government, through documents, through media, through council, through everything we do. But we also can and have the control now as policy to do the same thing from a flagpole. That's government speech. But it's us speaking. It isn't private entities speaking. It is us. Do we listen to what people say to us? Yes, we do. And the conclusion is even the Supreme Court understands that, at least from the government perspective, the ballot box is the ultimate decider of that. And so this is the opportunity for us to say, those flagpoles, this is our sentiment. The 7 of us vote on this. And yes, we are all elected by constituents. And that is the basis for why we might make our decisions tonight or in the future. But this is an issue of we are selecting government speech, and we're doing it on the issue of flags tonight. Madam City Manager or City Attorney, can you add or comment to anything that we've been discussing?
I would just say that it is a very kind of nuanced area. I would argue that actually your decisions, making land use decisions, are your government speech. You're taking input from the public, but you're controlling your speech. You're making your vote. The concern with the flagpole is, it was there for potentially anybody to use, and it had been used in one way to fly a certain flag. Then the question arises, can anybody fly their flag from that flagpole? And so you had to make the decision, do we want to allow that? Do we want to keep it to the government flags only? Or do we as a council want to be able to speak through what we fly on the flagpole? And that's the decision you made.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, appreciate the comments. I like Councilmember Silva's recommendations of the Armed Forces birthdays, because I've been in Armed Forces most of my adult life, and as well as his recommendations for the singular flag with the exception of the POW MIA flag. There are a couple other flags that I was interested in, but of course it'd come down to the council. Because for me, the commemorative flags are not just who we're supporting, but also pieces of history, like looking back on what we've done, what we've gone through, hence the Juneteenth. And then, so one of my recommendations would be possibly during the month of March, the suffrage flag for women's history. So when people look at it, they'll be like, oh, what is this? A lot of people don't even know what that flag looks like. When they see it, they might go look it up. Because we can do proclamations, but unless you're in this room, you don't ever see it. But if you see a flag, you might stop and wonder what it is. And the other one may be a little bit more controversial with the council and the city. is I try to align flags, commemorative flags, with the U.S. code or act with the state or proclamation. One of them is for, I believe it's the first or third Thursday in May, which is National Day of Prayer, because a third of our constituents actively go to church. And we heard a lot of conversation about wanting to be represented. So I'm putting out there maybe National Day of Prayer, we fly the coexist flag. Because under government speech, we can't endorse a singular religion, but under that flag has symbology from multiple religions. And it's not saying we endorse it, but it supports the First Amendment on being able to practice whatever religion you choose to practice, kind of representing that demographic as well. Because part of it was, if we fly the pride flag, we want to be represented as well from the people that do attend church. I think that'd be a good balance on representing the other portion of our community. And with that, those are my other two recommendations.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. So between Councilman Silva and Roberts taking, I think, some of my notes in regards to the birthdays, I also did, first, I'll kind of go out of order. That's something that, being here from Vacaville and having a long line of people that serve the military, I think it was actually something that's been waiting to happen in the city to celebrate each birthday of all the armed branches. So I have those listed to make sure they go, I can tell them in order, or I think Silva already covered the months that they're gonna be covered. One other thing that Roberts just covered was trying to find a way to make sure that it's been a grueling and hard time. Me personally, I'm a strong person of faith dealing with this in the community, but I will always stand up for those who don't have a voice as big as me or strong as me. And I can be a person that I'll make sure everyone feels included. So it's been really, really difficult to make sure, how can I get a win-win to make sure everyone feels represented and loved and appreciated in this community. So I skipped the 49ers game, and I think joined Carly, and 466 pages of the Schrift versus Boston. It was a lot. But there's certain things that I think the last half a year we missed. Over 284 flags. I'm not saying please don't, fellow council members, 284 flags in Boston fly. They do everything. They're really trying to embrace community and connectivity to make sure everyone feels inclusive. They don't have a policy like most cities in America. That's why everybody's racing to find policies to make sure we don't have really a few horrific, horrible groups that have the ability to come up and poke the bear. And if it happens in Vacaville, I'll go off. It's really to keep the Klan, the Aryan Brotherhood, the white supremacists, and the Confederate flag from coming up and saying, aha, I got you. That's the biggest thing. The country's racing to go to government speech because there's some very sick groups that are trying to find kind of kinks in the armor in cities that they can put it up there and rub in their face. So I think the communities be very, very clear of why this is a big topic in the country. It's because there's a few groups that are full of hate that are trying to poke the bear and make it so they can get their flag in front of the public and rub it in our faces. This is why we have to make sure that we have government speech to protect everyone from being forced to look at that bigotry and hatred. So it's very personal to me. I mean, my wife is Jewish. My kids are Jewish by nature. The hate crime is going through the country, Asian crime, against Jews, against Arabs, against everyone. It's just the point where it's bubbling. So I don't want any chance for that to happen and ingrain our community. So I'm very passionate about that. So I read the whole case on the website for Boston. It says our goal is to foster diversity and build a strengthened connections among Boston's and many communities. That's their goal for 284 flags. I think it's excessive, but their goal is to make sure everyone feels represented. The problem is the 285th flag that asked to get hung was the Christian flag. They're the first one said no. That's bad. That's tough. I mean, it's optically, they didn't, but I think what the communities missed, they never asked to take down the pride flag. They just asked to join in with the 284 other flags. So it's how do we create that sense of inclusive and diversity in our community? And so Robert's actually kind of hit on something. The month of May is National Prayer. I had the opportunity to attend it, I think, the first time. It was amazing. So I look back, how could we get a win-win so for everyone feels that they can have representation and feel included? So under free speech, political groups and religious groups cannot have a flag. But some man named George Washington created a flag that has been approved in Congress. So there is a way to have representation in our country that has been flown over the capitals and states for quite a long time that can coincide with the National Day of Prayer, that people of all faiths and of the Christian faith can feel that, hey, I have representation along with everybody else. We are now starting to get on equal ground. So I want to make sure that we do research. The flag that the U.S. Congress flies is the pine tree flag. Now, I hope it doesn't have some kind of alternative usage that gets warped with society, which we always find a way to do that. But the essential essence of it was flown as a way to coincide with the National Day of Prayer. So that would be my suggestion. The other one is, when it comes down to one flag, two flags, June was a lot. June had United States Army. So the week of June 14th, every year in the calendar is going to shift a little bit. So to keep it simple, I want to make sure Public Works doesn't race around. The week of June 14th, hang the darn flag. So because every single year, it moves one more on the calendar. So just keep it simple. Whatever week is the June 14th, hang that flag. Juneteenth is on the week of June 19th. The corresponding week of June 19th, hang the flag. So now we have two poles that are allowed to have commemorative flags. Nothing can fly under the American flag except for the POW flag. It should always stay that way. I am also saying that flag should stay up in every single government state building in Vacaville 24/7 as it already is. And that's the one flag I think should not have the opportunity to be contested, to take it down this year, that just leave it up.
Which one is that?
The POW flag. I mean, we're all here because of people that didn't make it back. I mean, it's just, there are certain things we have to stand for. Like, America's a free country. We're able to walk out this door and go to our cars relatively safely because the sacrifices people did.
So I think on that issue, I know Councilmember Silver brought that up. The American flag is the only flagpole where the POW MIA, so it would never conflict with anything else.
It would never conflict. It should never have to come down. It shouldn't even be part of the conversation. So now we have United States Army, Juneteenth, the week of, as it shifts, the pride flag. It is from the beginning of June to the end of June. If it conflicts with those, Juneteenth or Army, that flag comes down in that time frame of putting the Juneteenth flag up or putting the Army flag up. There's no way you can have three flags on. So it's a way to make sure that everyone feels, understands, are inclusive. You can't have, if you can't have more than two flags hanging because of length, some flags have to come down that have the full month to allow for the daily or the weekly flags to go up. So that's my one suggestion.
Point of clarification to staff. Was the staff's position that you could actually commemorate two flags on a single flagpole in addition to the stated flag, or only one additional flag?
Just one per the two flagpoles.
Yeah, so I think because due to the size of the flag, the distance between each flag, it would allow for the bottom corner hanging to be in arm's reach of someone that wants to come by and grab it, swing on it, or tear it off. So therefore, it would make a situation where, yes, there was head nods in the crowd, but that's the whole emphasis of You can't make everybody happy. So you have to learn to live with that. That said, it won't allow for 3 flags. So that flag would have to come down in order for other people to feel represented. And it's something where I hope we don't get a lot of nasty emails and people complaining that, oh, I can't believe you're taking down the pride flag for 4 days to represent Juneteenth. If you truly feel that way, just please call me. It'd be my personal opinion, because I'll happily take on that challenge. If you don't think it's important, it's significant to represent what happened in our country to Blacks in slavery, and you can't contest and allow that to fly for 7 days, we have a problem. So whoever has that issue, please bring it to me. Besides that, that's really my comments.
Right. Any other member of the council want to discuss the flag before I open it to the public? All right. Councilmember Chapman.
When I went through the list, there are so many birth dates, special dates. I think we could put up an individual flag 365 days a year. However, I know some of the names that were on the document that was provided to us. We probably would never hear from an individual asking one of us to fly that particular flag. However, there are some where I know for sure that I would hear from the members of special times, special events that took place during our lifetime. Those events that made America what it is today. And I honestly looked at flying various flags for a month period. One that I did not know and I failed to research, and that was the the Jews. The Jewish American Heritage Month. We didn't have a month identified for them. Is there a month of the 12 months we have in a year that has been identified as their Heritage Month? Because it was left blank on the list.
I don't know that staff has that, but if somebody has that answer.
We can work on getting that, but that's something that we currently at the city presently don't have, no.
Okay. So with that, I'll go ahead and put it out there that, and I've already stated that I looked at flying these flags or during the month that they have been identified as either their History Month or Heritage Month. The National Hispanic Heritage, September, it begins the middle of September and goes through the middle of October. The National American Indian Heritage Month, which is the month of November. African American History Month, which is the month of February. Did I say the Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which is the month of May. And then there is the LGBTQ plus pride flag for the month of June. I'm not sliding, and Juneteenth is now a national holiday. However, when I was preparing this list, Juneteenth is significant to African Americans. And if we were to recognize or fly the flag of African American history, I looked at that as falling within African American history. So I took the significance of those months, like I said, where there were significant events in the history of the United States that these groups contributed to. And so that was the angle I took in order to prepare my list.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quickly to follow up on the question about the Jewish American Month, Heritage Month. Quick research, that's the month of May.
It is the month of May?
That conflicts with the Asian
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Ritchie?
Oh, that was for the Jew. Oh, yes.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Chapman's comments. As I was reviewing, those are commemorative. We can do proclamations. We can acknowledge the Black history, Asian history, the Jewish history, but the U.S. has not designated a flag for it. So I don't want to make flags up that aren't recognized at the halls of Congress and therefore are adopted at the state level and the county level and city level. So I don't know how we could put a comment on the record that we're going to do proclamations for those individual entities and groups, but we can't fabricate a flag that has not been built yet and certified and stamped at the halls of Congress. So I believe me, I would love to have those flags represented. But what's amazing is the Juneteenth flag is that flag that finally has been minted in the halls of Congress. It is on record and now has been disseminated to every state and county and city that is choosing to in America. So I don't want the public to walk out here thinking, holy schmoly, we're gonna start making flags up and we're doing clip art and AI creations to make things fly. We're not, our goal, hopefully, is not to create flags, it's to honor what's already there and established. So I just want to clarify that. Yeah.
And I appreciate that so very much. I am not, I don't want us to go out there and have to design, and I appreciate the facts that you presented, the rationale and all. And with that stated, any flag that any organization or group that I stated that does not have a flag at this time, I would like to extract that from my list. Now, one thing I would say, there is for the African American history, the Black Lives Matter flag has been flown for that, but is that one of the nationally recognized? Not at this time?
No.
Okay, leave it alone. Okay, I'm good. For the reasons you gave, and I appreciate that very much.
Okay, I think, and there's only one other piece of the policy that I think just would have to end up in the discussion at the end, but we can save it because it really is more procedural as far as like what we do with proclamations, how many days in advance to do it, a review of it, but it comes from the council. But depending upon how the council votes, it would it would adopt the process on how we would do it. So lastly, before I open up to the audience, I just want to share my thoughts rather quickly. And I don't want to be misunderstood. I really don't. None of us up here want to be misunderstood on where we stand on some of these. And I do have a question for the city attorney. We can clearly agree to disagree on the positions as to the whys and how we feel about it. I've spent my entire career safeguarding citizens of this community and beyond, and protecting the rights of individuals in the community, but also as an employer within the city government. That is a responsibility that we have to do. And my position, I want to make sure isn't taken out of context, because, and I said it before, there's a lot of things that we put in on print and we promote and we can advance. The goal of government is to ensure your rights are protected. And yet government speech, my position, again and again, I know that there's 3 of the 9 of the Supreme Court that believe wholeheartedly the risks of government speech. And it's very clear, and it's simply this. The real question is whether the government is speaking instead of regulating private expression. And I knew this as the police chief. I saw this because we saw this during protests. If we have not paid attention, there's cities in California that are raising flags that are creating controversy and division about Middle East conflict. This event started over the consideration of inclusivity and inclusion, of diversity, and those are all really good points. Having compassion, care for people, and messages get mixed up and they create division because of the diversity that we have. And that's the challenge that we face, which was the reason why I believed, and I still believe, that the government's interests are not suited for something that is a symbol. We can commemorate things, and we can all speak. And I know I have my entire life supported the element of what diversity is. But in this case, I look at this and just believe that flying commemorative flags on government flagpoles as government speech, remember, not private speech, does not serve our local government interests. We provide policy and land use. We provide safety. We provide roads. We provide direction. That is what we're doing. What we did in November, and we voted that government speech is what we will do. And I firmly believe that that's the right thing to do. But in no way am I saying that to infringe on the views and the values of someone that I may agree with or disagree with. But to protect your right to do it is more important to me, and that's my position. The raising of commemorative flags is outside the actual role of what we do. What we're doing is we're now saying it is now our role, and we want to do it. And that is the prerogative of this council, if it chooses to do so. But it is our responsibility to ensure your rights are protected. And it is our responsibility as a council to ensure that the rights of our employees are protected. And make no mistake, none of that, by any position that I take, would ever infringe on your right to live freely with all the freedoms and values and views and virtues that you espouse. And it may be different than everyone else. The goal of being accepted can also mean that we don't always agree with each other's views and values. We know this in our own families. Right? We can say we love our kids at times, but we don't agree with everything they do. So this is not outside the realm of reality here. And I've watched many of my colleagues as mayors around California and beyond struggling between raising a Palestinian flag and an Israeli flag in the last 60 days, and the division it's creating in their communities. My concern over all this has been, no matter what we do, these decisions are going to create division. I have always wanted, and I've said it from the very beginning, how can we, a very diverse community, embrace each other being different, but not accepting the differences as our own views and values. That's what makes up people. So I just want to be very clear that any decision that I make and have made is not to take your rights away at all. It's just simply to say it's more important to me not to elevate one group or organization or issue and then suppress somebody else's. It's your right to do what you want, but the government's role, in my opinion, and I've served 32 years in government, and that is to protect your rights and not necessarily to take them away. So with that, I want to open it up to public comment. And again, it's comments on the issue. It's not a petition for flags. Good evening.
Evening, Council. I'm here to encourage to finally approve a pride flag and month and to choose option 1. I think it would be a terrible idea to require annual reauthorization of these flags. And Vice Mayor Wiley specifically, do we want to do this again? It makes so much more sense to trust that representative government works, that if the city needs to reconsider its relationship to its LGBTQ constituents, it can campaign for discrimination. You can campaign for it. Ask the voters of the community to approve. It's above board. It's far more honest than this process. Since May 31st, this is at least the 7th or 8th city council meeting that has platformed anti-LGBTQ comments. During the July 25th meeting, some of the worst, disrespectful, and threatening language was used, which Mayor Carley at the time characterized as, "This is what civic duty is all about." I disagree. In this unfortunate and avoidable process, we've heard that all queer people are pagans, that they're coming for your children. As one young man unfortunately implied at the last meeting, that bestiality is next. So I'd ask you to picture the face of your wife or husband. Imagine how you would feel if a neighbor said that your love is like having sex with an animal. Council, please hear me when I say these words are hurtful. Normalizing anti-gay rhetoric is only a civic duty if you see yourself marching towards a future where the government discriminates against gay people. Maybe you do, but that violates current constitutional protections. Recently, I was reminded of a speech Meryl Streep gave some years back in which she warned, "Disrespect invites disrespect." These hearings will end, but we will continue to see our neighbors in the grocery store. And after they took their masks off, it's not a pretty sight. Meryl Streep had another piece of wisdom. When we allow the powerful to use their position to bully others, we all lose. But let's put this to rest once and for all. Our community, especially the targets of this bullying, have been through enough. And Council Members Roberts and Ritchie, please don't ask gay Christians, gay Black people, or gay veterans to choose between their identities. My understanding is we have a state flagpole, we have a city flagpole. That's an option right there to run multiple flags simultaneously. And finally, I wish I could talk about pride. The pride flag story is really cool. Gilbert Baker hand-sewed hundreds of them for the first pride ceremony. He never trademarked it. It's free to use. And in his original concept, the colors were symbolic of life, healing, sunlight, nature, art, serenity, and spirit. Thank you.
Good evening.
I actually agree with everything that man just said. I hate discrimination, and I work really hard at being clean of that myself. I do not, however, believe that the flag in Vacaville or anywhere else should display a flag that is basically a sexualization, a type of sexualization. I think that in itself, it discriminates against perhaps people who don't, or at least alienates, which is absolutely not essential. There are many people who are under the gun with discrimination today. The Jewish Americans, absolutely. I never, ever, ever in my life thought I would see anti-Semitism, ever. After Anne Frank, I grew up with that. Never. Christians are getting killed like en masse. The Catholic Church was invaded by the government. We have too many. We have way too many to display. thank you for suggesting for the day of prayer because that was pretty courageous. People don't talk about Christianity or really the Jewish tradition much. I feel that we are so divided. Why can't we just put up what we've always had? I love your ideas of the flags, but if you think people are going to come by and notice this flag this day, they're not going to know it. So why don't we do something like that and print it out and display it? Because if somebody comes by and can read it, they'll know the history. Nobody's going to go by and, oh, that flag's different than the day before. It's just not going to happen. I really have appreciated all of you, but I was a little offended when you talked about the goal of government. It was clear that the city council is the city council and not the people, because the last meeting we went to was hugely not in favor of the gay pride flag, not discriminating against gay people. They didn't want the flag up, and the council voted for it. So it's clear, very clear, that you're going to do what you want to do. And I actually was a little confused that day as to why you had all those people stay until 11 o'clock that night when you knew what you were going to do anyway. I'd like to hear a response to that. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. What if I only knew 20 years ago what I know today? I joined the military 20 years ago, went to serve my country under the red, white, and blue. When I was in the sandbox, they didn't look at me as a Hispanic female, 5 foot, nothing. They looked at me as an American. So with that said, I find it offensive when we want to do Heritage Month or we want to do anything but what's American. And our mixing pot is America. Also, I want to thank you all for taking the time on this sensitive topic, which covers feelings, to dig in deep, listen to the people, and I only hope that you treat tomorrow's night meeting with the same intent and purpose, and I have full confidence that you will. So with that said, I'm not against any pride flag or women's flag or Heritage Month. I'm not against that. However, I just want to make it clear that when we go about this, that we do not do anything under the guise to disrespect the one flag that truly should represent us all. And although it breaks my heart to hear people say that that flag doesn't represent them, that they don't feel covered under it, when so many people have died for them to say that, that's not the case, because I'm one of those people who defended their right to feel as they do. As far as I appreciate your approach to for the month of June, being able to switch out flags. I feel that that's actually going to honor the flag and not just diminish the value by throwing a bunch of flags up there and being like, well, we met everybody's, opinion and feelings. I appreciate your value of respecting the flag, respecting the pride flag, while also respecting Juneteenth flag. And one final thought. I also appreciate your comment on the Confederate flag, but we all need to be educated and aware that the Confederate flag is not the only divisive flag that is circulating our country at this time. With that, I love everyone and I fought for everyone, so I hope we continue to bring people together with inclusion.
Thank you. Good evening.
You can advise Councilman Ritchie that there is no pine tree flag. It's the Appeal to Heaven flag that was commemorated by George Washington with a call to prayer and fasting. The United States flag encompasses the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights, which guarantees everybody equality. It took a while to get there. A lot of people died to get there. A lot of people protested. I will hearken to Dr. Martin Luther King, whose birthday commemoration is coming up. And he preached equality and opportunity. He never said anything about DEI. Equity is different. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remind, and I suggest to all the council, go listen to Patrice Collier's when she founded Black Lives Matter, and she proclaimed loudly, "We are trained Marxists." And I can tell you my opinion on 5 of the council members absolutely concur with that. Councilman Stockton offered an initiative to let the people vote whether to have their flagpole or to let the government do all their speaking for them. And you seconded that motion. 5 obstinants, or people that believe more like Patrice Collier's Black Lives Matter, decided, no, we'll defy that. You're not going to have a right to vote on this. The city of Vacaville, no way. We'll shut you down. All we needed was the United States flag, the California flag, and the Vacaville flag. Was that too hard? And now everybody up here, like a kid that's been caught in the cookie jar, is talk, 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 talk. I want this one, I want that one. I'll tell you what I want, Mr. Mayor. I want to replace 5 Roberts, Ritchie, Silva, Chapman, and Wiley, because they refused to let us have a vote. They said, nope, we can't trust you. We'll decide. So I look very much forward to finding candidates to replace those 5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, don't. Let it go. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. I'm Audra Orr, and I'd like to address some misinformation given to you in the last meeting. In my 26 years in the military, I deployed as the operations officer at the Doverport Mortuary during OIF-OEF. I met every plane, trained every honor guard for every dignified transfer, removed the flags from the transfer cases, rendered slow salutes while watching parents collapse on the tarmac, and processed the remains of hundreds of fallen heroes to get them home to their families. So I think I know a little bit about the U.S. flag and a lot more about the cost of freedom than most people. To the gentleman who said putting the pride flag near the U.S. flag would be requiring him to salute it every time he went by it, that's wrong. Per Title IV of the U.S. Code, subsection 9, uniformed personnel must only render a salute to the flag during the ceremony of hoisting or lowering of the flag when it is passing in a parade or review, not just when you're walking by it. I hope that reduces his stress. During the holidays, it occurred to me that this flag debate is very much like the non-existent but oft-touted war on Christmas. Nobody's trying to do away with Christmas or saying Merry Christmas. Those of us who celebrate Christmas but choose to say Happy Holidays don't do it to avoid offending others. We do it to show respect for those of different faiths and to ensure inclusivity in a culture where they are traditionally and historically excluded. This debate started over the pride flag, but now that we have an official policy, it's about more than that. Of course, I absolutely want the pride flag included on the approved list, but I also want to see the approved flags of other marginalized groups from the state and federal list included on the Vacaville list. Vacaville has a large minority population, and I want our children to be able to see themselves reflected in a flag that our city flies and know that they belong here. To those who say the U.S. flag includes everyone and it's all we need, I say that there are many people who don't feel that our flag means them too. Until you have walked in their shoes, you don't have a right to judge them. Lastly, I want to applaud the writing of the resolution and tying it into goal number 5 of the strategic plan, which is promote community engagement and increased equity and inclusion. As you select the commemorative flags to add to the approved list, I'll refresh your memory of the conclusion of the strategic plan. This strategic plan is designed to guide the work and future of the city of Vacaville. Please let goal number 5 guide you as you select the commemorative flags. Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. I wanted to start with just saying thank you, and I appreciate your service to our community, and for those behind me of law enforcement, thank you for your service. I appreciate it. My name is Dr. Vanessa Cornwell Chu. I wanted to start with my gratitude for you guys, and I've lived in Vacaville for 7 years now. I am a committed healthcare provider, and I provide this community with promotion of wellness and rehabilitation. I proudly raise my children in this remarkable city. I am here to express my support in flying the POW MIA flag during the designated and approved holidays or months, along with flying the LGBTQ flag, specifically the progressive flag, during the month of June. And I am truly hoping that we can have multiple commemorative flags during the month of June. The POW MIA flag is such a meaningful flag for prisoners of war and soldiers missing in action. These individuals have sacrificed so much for our country, and I believe this commemorative flag serves as a reminder for us to always remember them. The progressive flag serves as a very meaningful beacon of hope and a beautiful symbol for multiple marginalized communities. The added colors of light pink, light blue, and white add to the pride flag represents trans, non-binary, and those across the gender spectrum. The black and brown in the flag also represent the people of color communities. These communities I am discussing all have been attacked, ostracized, tortured, murdered, and continue to this day to feel unwelcome in many states in this country. For those that live here in Vacaville, this flag serves to remind us that we are accepted. I want to raise my children in a community where they see that they are welcome and included. This flag symbolizes so much to many, but unfortunately, this flag has been demonized and deeply criticized by a smaller population. I remind myself that those who oppose are very few compared to the allies and supporters of this flag. I am here to remind you all council members that the majority of metropolitan cities across this great nation support and raise the progressive and/or the original pride flag during the month of June. Please hear our voices, and please allow both the meaningful and powerful POW MIA and the progressive pride flag as commemorative flags. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mayor Kari and, council members. My name is Giovanni, and I was born just outside of Vacaville at Travis Air Force Base about 18 years ago. I have lived in Vacaville ever since. I've always been interested in politics, and I was recently able to vote for the first time in District 6 Special School Board election, which was awesome. In fact, I will be majoring in political science, and I'm planning on pursuing a career in law. There are a few things I want to speak to you about, but I don't know because of time restraints that I'll get to all of them. But first, out of the options available, I support option 2 and hanging only one flag at a time for commemorative flags. Second, I support actually only hanging government flags on government property, not allowing for commemorative flags. I know the decision has already been made to allow commemorative flags in addition to government flags. However, as the council decides what flags to display and at what times, I would advise displaying no commemorative flags in 2024. Listening to what those in favor of commemorative flags had to say at the special session of the City Council back in November, I could boil down the argument to this: there is and was oppression in this country towards specific groups. These oppressed or marginalized groups, which includes the LGBT community, need our support because it is the right thing to do. Not only do they need to be supported, they need to be celebrated. This is the only way to make up for all of the past and current oppression these marginalized groups have faced. Displaying flags such as the Pride flag and various ethnic historic month flags is a way to celebrate these oppressed communities. And this is an oppressed versus the oppressor argument, which stems from Marxism. While Marxism's merits are highly debated, I would like to point out that wherever they have been tried, it's led to disaster, death, and tyrannical dictatorships. Anyway, of course, Marx and Engels focus on the economic status, i.e. the bourgeoisie and proletariat. However, the theory did not really catch on in America, probably because we're one of the best nations in human history. So it was repackaged to instead put an emphasis on color, sex, and sexual orientation, whatever else that falls under LGBTQ. These ideas may seem reasonable and even like the kind thing to do. However, these ideas are far from reality and dangerous. This ideology focuses more on someone's color and sex and less on the actual individual, and is actually discriminatory. Should we be celebrating someone just because of their color? Also, just because someone is a part of a supposed marginalized community does not mean they themselves are oppressed. This is actually demonstrated best by you, our city council. Most of you are part of what are supposed to be marginalized communities in our country, but you have had successful careers. You live the American dream, and even though you may have been discriminated against it, you've succeeded in this. It was hard work, but you did it. People may not see what the harm is in hanging up commemorative flags, but it's more the ideology behind the flags than the flags themselves. By hanging up these flags, we are supporting an ideology of victimhood. Please don't hang commemorative flags in 2024.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. John, you and I have had a couple conversations about concerns of not raising the flag and how this has all gone about. And Councilman Silva, I appreciate you calling out some of the divisive natures and tactics, which I'm concerned about and appreciate bringing to light. I feel like this is all stems from you, John, and how you've driven this cart. And we are here today because of the choices you've made and how you've handled this. We haven't agreed on a lot of things, but I'm appreciative of you taking the time to hear me out on the times that we've communicated together. I am really disappointed, though, that it's come to this. I am wearing a shirt tonight that says "Protect Trans Kids," which I really contemplated wearing today. I almost didn't wear it because I really didn't feel comfortable and safe. But I talked myself into it, and I want you to open your heart and to continue to educate yourself. I've been concerned about your lack of conversing with your peers. You've talked about things that are happening in our country, yet you're not even conversing with the county mayors and talking to them about your choices and your decisions. We've talked about that. I asked you questions directly about that. And you made it very clear that you've talked to people outside of our state, but not even within our state or our county. And you are the one who is being very different than others, making different choices and creating this different energy. I'm going to continue to wear my shirt. I'm going to continue to be an ally. I hope the community continues to educate themselves. The pride flag doesn't represent everybody who's sexualized. It's not everybody who identifies with that flag is sexually active. So please educate yourself. I hope, John, that you continue to listen to the community. You talk about government speech a lot. You talk about Boston. I wish I had $1 for every time you talk about Boston. Please talk to your people. Please continue that dialogue. Please open your heart and minds and put yourself in other people's positions. I don't feel comfortable telling my story, and I wish I could.
Thank you. Good evening.
Council. I just want to say I agree with most of every flag that's been proposed tonight, and I especially think that the heritage flags, I know that they haven't maybe been approved by Congress, but I'm not sure that anything other than the POWMIA flag has been recognized by Congress. So if that's the bar, we're going to have quite a ways to go to meet it. But I do think that that this city particularly has history with Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and Native Americans that have roots here and who have not always been welcome after certain of us white folks showed up and tried to throw everybody out. So I think that those are important to recognize, and I do hope that we can fly those flags as well. As far as which policy, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I think, you probably eventually want to get to the point that you kind of set the list and let it go. But I do agree with Jeanette that this is the first year and you might want to review it next year. Important. And as for government speech, well, I just hope that when this council speaks for the government of Vacaville, that they will speak in a way that includes everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Margie Stern, and I appreciate that you're having this meeting tonight. And we've been doing this for a really long time. So I just wanted to say I'm really glad that you've made this choice, and that I'm hoping that you will include as many flags as you think is appropriate. I don't want to go into the detail of which one, but of course I want the pride flag to be included. And I just wanted to support that you guys have really looked into this deeply, and the comments that you have made tonight, the bravery that you've had to make the comments that you've had tonight, I really, really appreciate. So please go forward with including as many flags as you think is appropriate, and I will support that. But I, of course, want to make sure that the pride flag is included in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To talk on the spot. I normally have my stuff that I've prepared and turned over in my head, but a couple of things. First of all, my grandfather, he fought in World War II. He was a POW in Germany. Okay. My uncle and my dad and my grandfather were all in Vietnam. My uncle has PTSD to this day, and you get listening to him talk and he'll tell you where he's sitting there chummy with a friend and his head blown off. That is bravery. All of this other stuff that people are talking, you know, we try to take and acknowledge people. On Facebook, I've had things I've learned where they've shared about people of different backgrounds. There was a famous woman I'd never heard of. She's African American. I read this long thing and I shared it. I was like, oh my gosh, I never heard this. And then Facebook 2 years later said I was spreading misinformation. Okay, now we all in America, that flag should represent everyone. I got to tell you, that kid over there, I am so impressed with him because he said stuff that I have just now been learning about as I've been watching people sharing history. I think that is someone you really need to listen to, and that he's going to be taking one of your spots in the future and probably going higher. And I want a copy of your speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Marianne Shimoleski, and I too want to express my appreciation for how you are all struggling with this. It's a very difficult question. We're struggling, and it's rewarding to see that you're struggling too, and you're really giving it some thought. I'm very much in favor of the pride flag, flying the flags of those who are the most stepped upon and injured in our societies. I know that Mr. Ritchie is right. We can't fly every flag, and we don't want to create flags. But I would just like to encourage you not to worry too much about not being able to be perfect and let that get in the way of the good.
Seeing no one else, I'm going to close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council before there may be some comments. I know that there was a desire to react or respond, and this is an item before us, and so you have the ability to speak on this item if you choose to. Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thank you. And, you know, this is a thing that we really are struggling with, thinking a lot about trying to make the best decision for the people of Vacaville. And I have said several other comments tonight, and I don't know if I specifically said I am in favor of continuing with the pride flag, but I wanted to say that I'm in favor of continuing with that. And I also had made some notes to just about the strategic plan, and then one of the recent speakers just said that, you know, our government speech, we talk about strategic plan too, which should reflect that. And we've talked about being inclusive as one of our big strategies, as our thing to strive for, and quality of life. And we are talking about one flagpole in a city of 100,000 people. There will never be the pride flag here behind me. We are not talking about inside buildings. We are not talking about putting it all over, the city hall. We are talking about one flagpole in a city of 100,000 people. And I don't want anyone to feel offended that that's making less of the United States of America flag, because that is important. People fought and died for it. But one flag helping some people feel welcome in a place where they are often treated unwelcome is not making less of the United States flag. So I just wanted to make those statements as we continue this discussion.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know there's different questions that came out for publics from the comments from the floor, excuse me. So I'm gonna maybe approach it a different way so you could take the answers how you will, and if you want to follow up afterwards, I'm more than happy to. So number one is, that the comment about divisiveness, that's one very common message that I had from a lot of folks who I personally know very well respect about not even necessarily they took a position, without saying they took a position, but encouraging me for government flags only and how anything else would create divisiveness. Going back to the notion of why I personally chose not to support the city putting something on the ballot is because it's for the same reasons of why when somebody speaks at that podium that we have them direct the comments to us. We accepted this role to take whatever people say, whether it's true or not. We accepted that role because that's another way of how we can help make sure that folks can address their elected representatives, whether they elect them or not. And it's up to us individually to take in that information, not just from those individuals, whether we personally agree with or personally disagree with, but take that information in and look at the bigger picture of where we're at, where we need to head to, and how the heck we get there. So to me, if the expectation and the support that initially was there, that may no longer be there for me personally as a representative of the city, as a representative of District 3, is to not support divisiveness, I firmly believe that if this was on the ballot, it absolutely would cause divisiveness within our community. I would much personally prefer that ire, that irateness, that anger to be directed to me rather than directed to people for the exact reasons why they're actually asking to support issues like flags. Now, that said, do I feel a flag actively addresses the core issues of those who are supporting it? No. There's further discussions that need to be had. There's further measures that need to be made. That's a whole nother issue. Each issue is different. But as I stated in some of the issues in some of my comments in the previous meeting, that we're not there yet. So that's my comments about divisiveness and my personal choice of why I chose not to support the motion to put it on the ballot. I think that is something that we accepted the responsibility for, that we, whether somebody voted yes or no, or put in Mickey Mouse or whoever it was instead, that's what we chose. That's what the folks chose. Right, so that's my mindset. That's what I want to be clear on. That I did not want to support putting this out for the community to start going at it with one another. Number two, I read a lot of emails that said, and it was reflected briefly, I think in at least one of the comments, but there was many comments about things were getting better. Why are you willing to consider putting up a flag that will create more division? Again, I keep saying that we've posted this flag, the city of Vacaville has posted this flag the past 3 years, this year, the previous year, and the year before that. For the past 7 years, there's been a proclamation. So if the argument is that putting up a flag is going to create divisiveness in our community, the data would show that if you look for the past 7 years of proclamations and the past 3 years of flags, it has not. It wasn't until recently to where whatever was getting stirred up, whatever was being championed that was not there last year came about this year to bring about some of the comments that were referenced in the July meeting. Those comments still absolutely haunt me. That was one of my least favorable nights sitting on this dais. So again, this notion that things are getting better, maybe that's helping it, maybe it's not, but the data would show, because again, that's how I learn. You all are there, whether I agree with you or not, whether you agree with me or not, that's our check and balance system, right? And, I'm still a member of this community just as much as you are, and we got to figure out how we keep moving forward. This issue is never going to be a done issue, particularly when you have companies that embrace it. You have Genentech that puts pride flags around its entire perimeter every month, right? Minus the 2 that got taken down by somebody this year. But it's something that's very well embraced within these companies. It's something that many other cities, whether we agree with those decisions or not, are as well. Again, that's where I feel that we're personally at currently. Not 100%, but where we're at. I do want to comment on some of the suggestions. The reason why I suggested just kind of elaborating a little bit more, the additional suggestions to what I proposed that were made about women's suffrage. I did look up the POW April, so that's reference or was inspired by the Batam Death March. So that's National Former Prisoner of War Recognition Day. So that's on April 9th. But the suggestion of women's suffrage, the coexist or the appeal to heaven flag, that includes the pine tree. I personally would like more time to review those. And my suggestion would, if council decides so, to support the dates of the other ones that were mentioned, if that's what we choose to do. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone who spoke. Thank you, my colleagues, for your comments. I think what I kind of find ironic from this is we gave everybody 3 minutes to come and address us as a council, and we're going to speak on behalf of 100,000 people or prevent them from having a say in what we're going to do. But what is very clear to me is the fact that we definitely have marginalized groups in our community. And I think that my major takeaway from this is if any of us think that in and of itself alone raising a flag is all it takes to assist people that have been marginalized in America, in our community, I think we're sadly mistaken. I think it's going to take a lot more than that. I'm not saying that that this won't make people, that this doesn't mean a lot to people to see the flags that mean a lot to them lifted. But I do agree with a comment that one of the colleagues here made that we're going to have lots of problems. I'm not saying I'm afraid to have problems. I mean, we did sign up to try to address problems, but I think for me, protecting the rights of individuals and their freedom of speech and the fact that we're going to have government speech, what we've talked about today has shown very, very clearly that it was more than just about one flag that we've heard about from the public for weeks or meetings and meetings and meetings. It's about all of them. To hear that Boston flies 284 different flags, to listen to multiple flags being flown, who has an official flag, who doesn't have a flag. It's just, I think we are going to have a lot of problems. For me, this is more than just the flag that kind of consumed the conversation. It is about marginalized community. I remain committed to working with members of marginalized groups to try to make sure that they feel welcome in Vacaville. Even if they don't in this country, it is important that they feel welcome in our community because that's what we did sign up for, is to take care of people from this community and to be good human beings as well. So I still stand by my belief that this is something that easily we could have given the public input on, not usurping a government speech that I think, in my opinion, prohibits their freedom of speech by speaking on behalf of them when we don't necessarily have to. So for me, I have no suggestions about flags. I remain to believe that without the community support in passing some sort of, giving us that authority to make that decision, I'm not comfortable making any suggestions about raising any flags other than the government flags that I believe do represent all of us. So that's all I have. And I think we should just be very, very careful with how we move forward from this. And I think that this in and of itself should not be the only way that we help marginalized communities, that marginalized groups that live in our community.
And I'd like to ask a clarifying question too, from a legal perspective. I know, and because I don't know what's going to be in one of your motions here, there was a commentary on National Day of Prayer. Is there some guidelines or boundaries? Because now we're government speech in the Establishment Clause.
Well, what I would say is the Establishment Clause prohibits the government from endorsing or putting forward a specific religion, a specific religious group, a specific creed. It would allow, and I think you've seen that in the proclamations by, you know, the national proclamations and the state proclamations, a day of recognition of, like, the National Day of Prayer. That doesn't run afoul of the Establishment Clause. But when you take actions that promote one certain religion above another, that's when you run into trouble.
Okay. That's one of the cautions. I just want to make sure that if there's further review and something changes, then I'm sure you'd come back to the council and let us know.
I'll let you know.
Because the proclamation is still technically a bit of a limited forum where this is now government speech, correct? I do believe so, based upon the way the policy reads.
Are you suggesting the proclamations that you make as the mayor?
Yes.
Are a limited forum?
Well, I'm using this in the context of you're explaining it using the proclamation as an example, but this is a government speech policy now, and so I'm just acknowledging the fact that it's very clear that Establishment Clause is one of the restrictions that suggests that promoting religion or a religion runs afoul to the Establishment Clause, and I just want to be careful that we don't do something that, as a vote may come forward, that is going to create some conflict. That's all.
That's correct. I appreciate that.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Ritchie.
I just want to follow up that comment. I was very meticulous in really studying and reading to make sure we had a lot of months to get to this point, and I share your concern, and that's why I want to play chess, not checkers. I make sure I planned ahead for that possibility. The United States, our president brought that forward. It was ratified in the House of Congress, and it's now a National Day of Prayer. But even then, they were very meticulous to how they structured that day of prayer, that therefore, whoever you pray to, whoever you worship, whoever you feel is that thing, entity, a tree, if you pray to whoever you choose to put in that position, it is a day of prayer. So you can go, they actually encourage in the legal document to gather around flagpoles, gather around civic centers, gather around lawns, and pray for whatever you feel is going to bring peace to you. So I wanted to see what did they use to symbolize that day of prayer. And so they chose the flag that I mentioned. Now, I was corrected in the crowd. I felt like maybe someone else that maybe didn't look like me mentioned it. It would have been gospel and they would have heard it correctly. But I mentioned that flag correctly, but maybe I'll ask someone else to next time. But they used that flag to symbolize that day. Maybe I should give the whole explanation of the flag. So let's please explore that. But it works at the House of Congress, at the United States level. Every state and county and city has the option to use the day of prayer as a day to pray to your God or your Savior or your entity or tree. So I'm very passionate about making sure everyone feels inclusive, and we really find a way to embody that day.
Well, I think what I'd like to do is take two different motions. We'll start with the policy, and then we will move after that to the selection of flags based upon a motion. So we want to make a motion on the first part of this, and that is that we are a resolution amending the flag display policy to include the process. We've had the discussion, we've had the input. I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve option 2.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now, I'm going to also acknowledge that there is some guidelines that are listed in here that staff's also looking for, which is requests shall be made at least 60 days prior to the request. And this might be, if it's not done tonight, based upon option 2, I believe that there it is. So this is the process that was suggested. So in the motion, if you're wanting to make that and include that. Yes.
Okay. My voice last.
They're listed here, and it's in the staff report.
Yeah, option 1 or 2 includes.
Well, it's the guidelines for requests and further council consideration. So these are for council consideration.
Perhaps I can simplify it a little bit. So this particular language is included in the attachment 1 as proposed language for your consideration. And so if this is of interest to the council to accept these guidelines, you can simply say that we, support the language in the attachment 1.
So you want to amend your?
Yes. I like to approve option 2 and the attachments and verbiage in amendment 1.
And we had a second?
Yes.
Second. We have a roll call?
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
No.
Councilmember Chapman? Councilmember Stockton?
No.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Carley?
No. Three, four. The motion fails? Okay. So the motion failed. And can you just put the options up there so that they're listed for the council?
And just one more item, and it's kind of tough where it falls, but it is related to the policy and recommended guidelines, but it really comes out when you have that second part of the conversation, I believe, about which flags and duration and everything, just to make sure that we're not forgetting about it. But item B5 in attachment 1 talks about no more than one commemorative flag. And so if the council chooses to have more than one, we'll need to amend that. So I just want to make sure you don't forget that. But for now.
So there was another piece of this, which was.
Right. So it's part of the amendment to the guidelines and to the policy, but realistically, I don't think you can get to that answer until you have that second part of the conversation.
I'm sorry. So the amount of flags is a separate than option 1 or 2, or it can be.
We can discuss it at the second part of this.
It really
ties to
becomes factored into it when you have the conversation about how many flags you're going to fly at any one given time.
A motion to approve option 1.
Second.
If you're going to go ahead and make the motion, do you want to include?
Thank you, sir. That a motion to approve option number 1 that includes the policies suggested or written out and described in attachment 1.
Second?
Yep, second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
So I have a question.
Okay, question. Council Vice Mayor Weil.
So within option 1, those same other things that were up here a while ago are still set forth. So that if anyone has wants to bring one forward or take one off, they bring it to the council, who has to then vote to hear it, and then we discuss it. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's just no different than any other request from council.
Right, but then other than that, if we go with this, at this meeting, we are going to select the flags tonight.
Correct. And then
That'll be the next
if option one is the preferred methodology, then that list would be the list in perpetuity until it's
someone brings
modified
it or
as
changes it.
requested by an individual council
And then my other question was, if we were talking about flying one commemorative flag, so there is the option to have one on 2 flag poles, not on the United States pole, but on the other 2 poles. So are we just talking about one or one on each flag pole?
member. You haven't had that part.
I know that, but he was saying that in his motion. So, I mean, that was, I thought, okay.
Yeah, it's, well, we can bring that up once we get through this. We can add that to the phase 2 piece of that. But it will apply to policy, but we just need to make sure. So we have a motion for option 1 with the attachment. We have a second. Yes. And a roll call.
Councilmember Ritchie,
Yes.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Councilmember Chapman,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton,
No.
Councilmember Wiley,
No.
Mayor Carley.
And yes. So at this point, that's the policy. Whatever the council decides tonight will be the standing policy. Yet it can always be addressed by any council moving forward at any time. Now, do I have a motion on flags to be raised in Vacaville?
Motion to only allow one flag at a time with exception to POW MI flag, and that one flag is only under the city of Vacaville flag. And if there's a second flag that conflicts with the day, we would decide which one's removed to be replaced.
Yes.
So at the risk of trying to simplify and hopefully not complicating, taking some very copious notes over here with some of the recommendations that the council threw out there, what I was suggesting or contemplating for your consideration is to repeat kind of some of the potential conflicts that I've heard internally that, you know, we can either address now or you can make a motion, but there were some potential conflicts between some of the motions of what you wanted up here.
We could, let's do the flags first, and then we'll address that. It will be part of whatever is the conclusionary motion. But I need a motion on the
Can I
flags.
ask a
Yes,
question,
you may ask a question. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Is it possible that on the number 1 flag, the American flag and the POW, that stands alone? We know that nothing else will be flown on that flag. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then our focus is on flag 2, the state and the city flag.
Correct. But again, just to make sure we're clarifying, a question came up about when to fly the POW flag. And so in doing the research, and I just want to be clear, that there was a comment made about the the April 9th date. That Councilmember Silva is correct that that is actually distinguished at the national level from the National POW Day as the National Former POW Day. So there is a distinct difference recognized at the federal level. Okay. There originally, the Federal Registry had 6 specific dates to fly the POW flag. They since updated that, and now it is flown at select locations in the White House and governments all year long, or as was expressed, the 3rd Friday of September. So my suggestion to council for your consideration is that, as you mentioned, it's the only commemorative flag that can be flown on the national flagpole. and that the council would consider whether it be the one day on the third Friday of September or all year long.
Well, let's, at least there's clarification. I'd rather build it into a motion so that we're not here all evening. Councilmember Ritchie?
Okay, so I'll try to just tackle that first as far as the motions for the flags. I would like to have the MIA flag, the POW prisoner of war flag, flown beneath the American flag on all city and county property that's in our preview as is. So if it's not flown downtown right now, we don't add it, but every location is already existing and flown all the time. And so well, yeah, but I want to put this into a motion. So I want that's the first flag I want to nominate.
Let's clarify that we don't have any control over county polls.
Yeah, true, it's a city. But it's any city property that the flag's already flying on a regular basis. I want to make sure that the flag stays there and it's not taken down for this day or that day. It stays up in its entirety until we as a council vote to have it come down for some reason.
Can we just be clear, and we're addressing the flagpoles downtown, and so there's no jeopardy for anything happening for or against anywhere else?
Well, there is, because it's under government speech, we have commemorative flags, and the POW MI flag falls as a commemorative flag by law. So I have to address it anywhere in the city of Vacaville that flag is flown. It has to be addressed by us because it is a commemorative flag. It's not a government flag. So wherever it is flown in the city of Vacaville, it needs to stay there in its current position all year long.
Mr. City Manager, could you comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the fair question, fair comment. The only flagpole that I am aware of that the POW flag is currently flown is at the county memorial flagpole right here. So that technically that is not a city flag. And so this would not be subject to that. So it being lowered as a result of the action tonight is not, there's no correlation between that. Okay, so then we are exclusively looking at commemorative flags at the School Street downtown property because right now we do not fly POW flags at city facilities on other city flagpoles.
Okay, so now we have to add it. So I'd like to add the availability to fly the flag on poles outside of the School Street.
So if council's interested in considering that, then that's a whole nother discussion about the flag policy. Because what you have in the flag policy that you adopted on November 13th is that commemorative flags would only be allowed at that one location in downtown. If you want to fly them at if you want commemorative flags of any kind or exclusively to that one, then technically that's an amendment to the policy before you.
Question. I thought it was written somewhere, and we have language here that we're speaking specifically of the
School Street, yeah.
School Street flags.
Yeah, the policy before us tonight and the amendment that is before us, it's within the purview of this council, but it is not on the agenda tonight to be adding to other locations. That was part of the discussion in November. What's on right now is we're specifically talking about, we adopted the resolution to adopt the government speech, and we identified the flagpoles downtown. That's what's in front of us tonight. So there's nothing else in front of us tonight other than to finish what we had voted, and that vote has already taken place on November 15th. So this vote now is to conclude the second half because it was a long night. That is the policy by which we're doing it, and that's where we were just at. I don't even think we've finished that yet, have we? No, we haven't. We started going in this other area. And so what I'd like to do is just get back to the first motion failed. We're talking about the flagpoles downtown, and all we're voting on right now is the policy. City manager did acknowledge that based upon the potential, the motion and amendments here, that we have to at least resolve without trying to go down 18, 20 different ones individually. See if we can't pull it into somebody making a motion. There could be a conflict, but let's address that when we do that, but we're not there yet. And so what I'm looking for is a motion on the process. Option 2 failed. Yes.
So just to be clear, you actually had a follow-up motion
Excuse
to
me.
adopt an option 1.
Right. But we
passed.
separated the multiple flags, that piece had not been done then.
Correct. So what we need from you next is that now that you have by majority selected option 1, with the understanding that you also included the guidelines for any council member to come back and make a subsequent request to modify, I think you've got the process.
But we pushed out the issue that could be affected by multiple flags on that.
Right, but so you won't really know that number to put in that spot just yet until, which is the next step, I believe you need to pursue, which flags that you want to identify to fly. And then if there are other provisions that you want to discuss about how long, potential conflicts, if there's, one up on the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Do I have a motion on choice and selection of flags to fly? Councilmember Silk.
I'm gonna attempt this. So what I would like to first do is put a motion for POW MIA, and I'll read out the 2 dates that I have confirmed. Anybody else can add on to that. In addition to the military service birthday. And those will each of those would be on those specified days. So I'm gonna make a motion to approve the posting of the POW MIA flag on April 9th. The Army birthday flag, Army flag for their birthday on June 14th. Coast Guard flag for their birthday on August 4th. Air Force flag on their birthday, September 18th. POW MI flag on the 3rd Friday of September. The Navy flag for their birthday on October 13th. The Marine Corps flag for their birthday on November 10th. The National Guard flag for their birthday on December 13th. Space Force flag for their birthday on December 20th.
That's the motion, and I know that there's other flags.
Yeah, I think we do this group first.
So you're motioning, okay. Is there a second? Let's do a roll call. I guess we're gonna be here all night.
No, we're not.
Councilmember Chapman?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wiley? Councilmember Stockton? Councilmember Ritchie? Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Mayor Carley?
No. All right, do I have another motion?
I'd like to make a motion to post the Juneteenth flag. I know the recommendation is for a week, so I'm gonna see where it's at with.
No, he made a motion and he's separating them out.
So that one passed, right?
That one passed.
Okay, so now we're on the second motion.
Yes.
Right.
And any one of you are able to make motions. It's not entirely up to Councilmember Silva. I was simply just trying to.
I take the heat. Yeah, my motion to approve the posting of the Juneteenth flag on June 19th. And a motion to post the LGBTQ Pride Inclusive flag the month of June 1st to 30th, with the exception on June 14th, where we just approved the Army flag for their birthday, and June 19th for the posting of the Juneteenth flag.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you just repeat it. Sorry.
I'm gonna try this one out. I motion that we only post one flag at a time underneath the City of Vacaville flag, with exception to the POW MI flag when we post that. included in this motion, I would also like to motion the posting of the Juneteenth flag on June 19th and the posting of the LGBTQ all-inclusive flag the month of June 1st to 30th. However, with the exception of June 14th, when the Army flag goes up, and June 19th, when the Juneteenth flag goes up.
Motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah. Gets clarification.
So we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Clarification.
Clarification.
Yes. So for the LGBTQ plus pride, for the entire month, with the exception of the 2 dates.
Correct. So, for example,
I got you.
okay. Well, just to clarify, the pride flag will go up from the 1st to the 13th. On the 14th, Army flag goes up, and then the 15th it will return, and then the 19th the pride flag will come down in place of Juneteenth, and then the 20th it would go back up. That's what the national and state recognize as.
We have a motion and Vice Mayor seconds.
Councilmember Stockton?
No.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Member Chapman?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Carley?
No. All right. Knowing that there's additional flag recommendations on this council, is there any other motions?
So, I mean, I like to make a motion, but do we have to do kind of discovery, make sure the credibility of the flag that I mentioned?
For discussion purposes, I'd like more information.
Yeah. How can I make a motion to put that at least into the conversation, to agendize it, to make sure that that flag doesn't have any underlining representations that will put us in a situation?
Well, I don't think that at this point we're going, it doesn't mean you can't recognize it, but this gets right back to the concern I've had. We've taken our government, and instead of the business, we spend hours and hours now addressing flags. Want to make a motion, just make it. And if there's a conflict based upon what I understand the city attorney, that it's probably within the purview, and then just council can vote yes or no based upon what your motion is. Do I have that right, Madam City Manager or City Attorney? I'm sorry, on here it's got names.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat?
Well, the suggestion was, there was a clarification of wanting clarification for voting on what I believe might be considered a National Day of Prayer flag, and wanting to potentially agendize it or to research it. But based upon what you have suggested, my suggestion was make the motion and let the council vote based on, you didn't seem to think that it would be contradictory.
I would like to maybe abstain my motion, make sure that I want the count. We have time. April is the National Day of Prayer month. I would like to make sure that we can do a research due diligence and bring it back to the council to make, because now under what we just granted here today, we can make a motion for any flag, any day of the year as elected official. So we can have the chance to educate ourselves, make sure that we're not making a quick, my research was good, but I'll make sure there's nothing we're missing that's gonna misinterpret or put a situation where I didn't see that. That we can come back and make that determination as a council.
To our city attorney, did you have any comments on that?
I just, for clarification, are you concerned about the actual flag that's flown or whether or not we can fly a flag for National Prayer Day?
Me or?
Well, it might be a question on both.
So I'm not concerned that in the information review in the House of Congress and the way the legislature has determined that flag, it has gone through the whole process of being a legal day, the day of prayer, and that flag is recognized in the halls of Congress. So you can fly that flag as George Washington. You can fly it on a Tuesday in June if you want. You can fly it on a Thursday in September. Because it's old, it's not really, it's kind of like an oldie but goodie. It's coming back, but it's one of those things that has been in the books for a long time. But I want to make sure that no one else has hijacked that flag. In the meantime, well, it says, I think it's like 1700 something, to make sure that no one else has hijacked that flag. And we're now making I don't want to symbolize something that I have no idea that this small little sector of our country has then taken this flag and now has a purpose that I didn't realize. So I want to do our research and due diligence. Congress says we can do it. That flag's on the list, but just as on the list doesn't mean that a lot of things have been hijacked. I mean, the swastika was hijacked, but now we will always eternalize that symbol with hate. So I want to make sure that we don't rush a judgment on that flag, and make sure that we kind of come back to our research and make sure that no little dark, ugly corners of America have taken that flag and perverted it to symbolize evil or hate.
So the idea would be not to add it to the list at this time, but to bring it back under the section of the policy that allows you to do that.
Correct.
Okay. Prior to the date you want the flag flown.
Yes, we have time.
Well, then I suspect that what you can do then, knowing that we've adopted a policy, you could follow the policy
Bring it back
and do the
4 days.
research and do that. So that will be the new policy post tonight, so.
That is your
Okay.
master's research.
Good. Are there any other motions? Well, yeah, we will take a break here in a minute. Were there any, I just want to be clear because everyone spoke on different flags. Everyone has the right, based upon what tonight's agenda is to speak on a flag that you were thinking of promoting to making. I heard different months, but some may have flags, some may not, and so.
Right.
All right, and so, Mr. City Manager, based upon that and the two motions that carried, did that create any conflict, or is there any other cleanup language for the policy?
So let me read back what I think we've got here. So with the several motions, we have the POW MIA flag to fly on the national flagpole only on the dates of April 9th and the third Friday of September. We have the military birth dates, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those and their respective dates, which I have written down. We have the Juneteenth flag flying on June 19th, the Pride flag to be flown, and we're talking about the progressive or all-inclusive Pride flag is what I heard. Fly for the month of June with the exception of those June 14th and June 19th dates. And we only allow one flag, commemorative flag, at a time. And given that you have picked specific dates for the POW flag, there is no conflict as drafted.
It sounds like we've accomplished what we needed to accomplish.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you to those who have been very patient. There's no doubt that the city of Vacaville, no matter how this has been represented or interpreted, needs to continue. And I heard it on November 15th. There was comments from the floor that said they long for the day that we're not talking about a flag because there really is inclusivity in people. I long for that same day as well. I really do. And I appreciate the comments from the floor. And I hope that what we can do is that we can ensure that our process like this will continue and it can be respectful, even though sometimes it doesn't feel, it cuts to the heart of how people feel, and then that it can get very personal. So with that, I'd like to take a quick break and come back 9 o'clock. That's in 7 minutes. So quick break. We'll stand in recess until then. Missing our city manager.
Yeah, we've only met like something that we're gonna.
Sure.
So if you did, because I know you like to get your
All right.
Kairos and stuff. So I know that's something that's already in your wheelhouse.
Well, I said,
yeah,
it's all. Who's counting? You're on. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, yeah. Well, it's better than my first meeting last year. We didn't get out to 1 a.m.
Well,
That's right.
all right, we're going to go ahead and bring this meeting back to order. And we've concluded 9A. We're on to 9B. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item before you is the authorization of a contract with Larson and Tubro to complete an energy feasibility analysis. We have Mr. Don Burris, our Director of Economic Development Services, and representatives from L&T to make a presentation for you tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Don Burris here, Director of Economic Development Services. This evening for the council's consideration, you'll have a presentation from Larson and Tubro, which is a digital energy company that provides extensive energy consultation services. They're going to be discussing the preparation of of distributed energy resources and a feasibility study that may determine the possibility of the city implementing some level of self-generation and microgrid technologies. These distributed energy resources may help the city's environmental sustainability goals stated in the City Council's strategic plan goals. Tonight we have with us, and please forgive me guys if I mispronounce your names, Rabinder Sarang and excuse me, Arendam Maitra. Gentlemen.
First of all, thank you very much. It's our first meeting here, and I was delighted to see the democratic process running through, and very, very nice, a very good experience. And that actually, if you want to start on that, but we can introduce myself. I actually been with L&T for about 2 years here in Fairfield, California. That's where our headquarters is. And our R&D office is also in Dallas as well. And we'll go over some of the particulars, just a very quick introduction on L&T itself, our company, and my role actually is as the account manager, business development side of it, and Dr. Arindam is actually the VP, as you can see, of the grid modernization, as well as services that he runs for our company globally. So I'll just give you a little bit of synopsis, as you can see on the slide there. Larsen & Toubro, actually known as L&T in many continents, is 80 plus years in service. And mainly it's known for actually engineering, procurement, and construction work around the globe. In here in US, actually, since 1990s, we had a division of L&T called PT&D, actually present here as well. That's basically power transmission and distribution side of the business. Obviously, it's a global conglomerate, so it has a lot of legs and arms. It's a big company, but here, our division for who we are working for is called the Digital Energy Solutions, like Don was saying. And here we are actually concentrated on providing solutions and services around the energy sector. And part of that is obviously what we are trying to do, as you'll see in the proposal, are the feasibility study for your city to find the best locations we can, and possibly the infrastructure wise we'll look at everything possible to make sure that we can locate something that is economically and viable, as well as technically viable, for you to have some kind of energy generation or energy hub, or which can also be called as a microgrids, which is basically a combination of renewable energies or any other type of generation to coordinate and give you some type of electrons and put it on the grid, or you can sell it, or many ways we can do things, right? So I'll keep that short on that term, and I guess we can go next for the actual work that is related, and Dr. will.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, all the council members. So I'm going to go over some of the tasks. So as we move, as California and the rest of US and the rest of the world move into the renewable energy space, the idea is to look into these renewable clean energy solutions, whether it is solar, whether it is wind, whether it's battery, whether it's microgrids, whether it's electrification, and how do we diversify our generation portfolio, not from a central standpoint, but more from a decentralized standpoint. And thus this definition of energy hub. So energy hub is a cluster of potentially these resource mix that we would like to find in your service territory, of where are these viable locations that could be beneficial to the community, the city, as well as the grid. So that's our endeavor as part of the feasibility study. So when you do this initial analysis, you will kind of do an initial screening. We will work with Don and his team to find out some of these hubs and develop criteria to identify, why are you selecting this? What is the economic benefit for it? Who does it benefit? How does it benefit? How do you scale it? And that's the process we will go through in a couple of these tasks that we have here. There is one more task also on the best locational screening. We heard a few comments on that. So I have a background in electrical engineering, and I'm a subject matter expert in battery. So, there was a lot of discussions that was brought out about the New York fires and all that. But, as a technical engineer, you cannot speculate on a particular chemistry with related to one incident. That's not the way we approach as scientists. What you have to do is you have to understand the facts. So as part of this task, what Don has hired us for, we would provide him advice and guidance of what type of battery, where to put it, what are the potential locations, what are the safety considerations that you need to take into considerations, what are the reliability components you need to look at, what are the specifications you should ask the vendor in terms of safety that you should consider as part of your RFP process. A lot of battery fires that we have observed over the several years. I worked for a company called EPRI, Electric Power Research Institute, before I joined L&T for 22 years. So EPRI is basically, the folks help to build, to guide the industry as well as the OEM sector. So there are small things like fire suppression systems that can have problems if you are not careful with the specification. So in that task, we will guide, inform Don and the city to identify these elements. We are not advocating one system over the other, but we are going to provide you from a neutral standpoint, what our guidance is as to what all environmental safety, reliability elements that you need to take into consideration. So that's one of the elements on that. And then we will do the techno-economic analysis, which I mentioned, to kind of evaluate what are the beneficial implications, both from a technical standpoint as well as financial standpoint, of this creation of energy hubs. So and in this process, I'm not going to go into all the details, but the idea is we are looking at 4 to 5 months. It requires data collection and kind of doing brainstorming into identifying some of these scenarios and screening studies. So we have projected almost about 6 to 7 to 8 months of this time period this year to conduct this analysis. That's all I have from my end.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. So as far as questions, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Dr. Mietra. Is that right? Or,
That is correct.
please correct
Pretty
me.
good.
No,
Pretty close.
you're bang on target. Maitra.
Mitra. And Dr. Siram?
Rabinder Sarang, not the doctor, but.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so thank you all both for coming out. I've been very interested in how we become energy sustainable, how we meet the needs of our local community, our growing business sector, but doing so safely. So along those lines, like within your, I know you mentioned in your analysis that you talk about safety concerns into consideration. So after you evaluate the city's assets, the public assets, whatever comes out of that, can you also provide in some form, some way, more background behind the chemistry and physics of the different technology? You mentioned energy battery storage, and there's been a lot of suggestions from the public, and there's a lot of different projects and a lot of different efforts to look at different ways to harness and store energy. My understanding is that anytime you're going to store energy, no matter what the chemistry is, that if you're packing a lot of energy in there, that there's going to be risk to that. So I think something that I've been looking toward is really understanding that when it comes to energy storage, when we come to batteries. That's just something that I'm personally very interested in literally get into the chemical.
Absolutely. And as I said, I have, almost 2 decades of working in Electric Power Research Institute. And one of the things that we used to do, which I used to head, was what we used to call as the Infrastructure Working Council meeting. So some of these safety, reliability aspects are something where we used to bring the utility stakeholders, other parties to kind of vet out what the specifications are. So that's the background I have come from, right? Because L&T also develop products. So the question is, OEM talking about safety to another OEM, how does that stand? So that's where the background is. And one thing I will tell you is, it will definitely be covered in the reports and analysis. It is not the battery, it is not the chemistry, it is the integration and the safety concerns of integration that we need to take into consideration the most. Because these manufacturing, how people, how they assemble these batteries, the racks and cells and battery management systems comes from China. It is shipped here. Then the integration is done by the inverter, with the inverter system. Then someone else puts an enclosure. That's how the battery business is run in a lot of different companies. So that's another thing that we will advise Don and you guys, is which of the vendors you could rely on in terms of safety, in terms of their experience of how they have developed these proven technologies and deployed them. Because if there is number one element in terms of safety issues, of reliability and safety, it is that. Because this is a big market. It will going to be a big market. Every application will have a battery, like utility scale or CNI scale. So a lot of players are coming in the market, but a lot of players don't know how to do a complete integration of the battery. And that's where we see, unfortunately, some of these mishaps once in a while. So we will definitely address that.
So, and just to clarify, we're not only talking about battery energy storage, we're talking about other ways to generate energy, how to implement that, with also possibilities to either generate revenue or cost reduction.
Yeah.
Okay. And this, just also to clarify, this is only on city-owned property. It wouldn't include anything adjacent to it, or there would be no analysis. You guys wouldn't analyze any real estate, so to speak, outside of that?
We will go, yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. No, the land use will still be the purview of the city, so they won't be determining the land use. So if they do identify a site, a public property site that is a great site for us to do any of the distributed energy resources, if that is not properly zoned, then it would be up to us to change the zoning so that we could actually have those resources.
So last year now, we approved agreement with NG. What is the difference between what NG is providing or through their analysis versus what's being proposed here?
I'll have to defer to our Public Works Director on that question.
Thank you, council member. So NG is going through the process of looking at solar PV infrastructure on city property. That's what they're doing.
So they're limited to solar, where they'll expand, well, possibly including solar and more?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So just to clarify, we are totally agnostic as far as, the type of generation or type of technology or anything like that. So we're basically working for you to make sure that whatever is being deployed is, will work correctly for, for your community and will be safe, basically. That's all we're doing.
Quick question. Throughout this process, will you be seeking feedback from each elected in the community, or how is that going to work?
Thanks again for the question, council members. So there will be a list of stakeholders that we'll work on together to talk with about the project, but this is really more of a technical analysis. So the type of feedback we're looking for may not be necessarily from the public at this stage. Once we have the completed feasibility study to know what is possible, then I think that would warrant a much bigger communication plan and outreach to the public.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And 2 decades of experience is certainly very valuable. I know that things are changing very quickly. Would a portion of your analysis also include a identifying objective standards for different types of technology or energy generation as it relates to its feasibility near schools, existing neighborhoods, businesses, areas that are heavily wooded or protected species and different things like that, or trees and plants and stuff like that.
So that's a great question, and Don, you will probably have to help me. So, from the selection, and that's where we will rely on Don and his team to first identify potential locations. And we will use a screening criteria to kind of do that initial process. But then our analysis starts from that screening. So that is something we will work with Don, to identify. So to your point, will there be objectives and criteria to dictate the sites? Yes. Are the objectives going to be, more driven technically or economically? I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. From a finance standpoint, are the technologies, that we will select, are there specific criteria that we will provide that will help them get selected? For example, lithium-ion battery versus a flow battery. So flow battery is a longer duration battery. So again, the objective would say that if there is a resilience play, like a wildfire or an outage that lasts longer than 4, 5, 6 hours, then you start considering those technologies. So it will be definitely objective driven.
So would your analysis only be specific to locations that are owned by the city, or would it be towards more of a municipal code alteration so that we can identify things to ask and maybe safety precautions for even things that are built on private property?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, just for a point of clarification, was your question in regards to battery storage selection or with our distributed energy resources selection?
So I think those are great things to add on, but for this, I would say the battery storage, right? Because the generation, there's going to be a multitude of different generations depending upon the location, but it's got to go somewhere, right?
So I think we're mixing the two. We're mixing tasks. So for the battery storage, it really is just an assessment for the city to provide us with resources to understand how battery energy storage systems work. When it comes to the use of private land, this is really all about our city's efforts to become more energy resilient and be able to deploy some of those resources. So I just don't want to.
So their analysis is only specific to property that we own and not towards any sort of identifying any sort of guidelines that we should use in whether or not the city permits people from building or doing these things that we're looking to do on private property. Is that correct?
Almost. So yes to the first half of that, but the second half, no. We're not looking to create guidelines. What sites are available that we can deploy those energy resources, right? So that's the meat of the feasibility study. In addition to that, they will be looking at battery storage sites so that we know from a subject matter expert, well, what would be the best place for any type of battery storage system. So basically that in a nutshell, no more research at that point, because that really would not be in our purview to try to dig into what type of equipment's going to be needed and all of that. We're simply asking them to be the subject matter experts to help us be able to identify sites, as opposed to what we've been exposed to right now, which is multiple energy companies telling us which sites are the best sites for energy storage solutions.
Sites that we own. But I would just add to that question, but the process informs us and makes us more educated as we're making decisions for ourselves, how those potential opportunities elsewhere impact the city, right? Then we're hiring essentially our own version of experts and consultants on our own agenda, but at the same time, it's informing us as a council.
Absolutely.
I have a hypothetical then. So do you believe, you've dealt with a lot of battery storage technology, I'm assuming in 2 decades. Do you believe that there are lithium options that are safe to be in close proximity to highly populated areas or areas? That's all I have.
Just one word. Just one word, yes.
All right.
Because, again, as I said, there has been a lot of manufacturers, especially integrators, who have done integration of the inverter with a battery that they do not know that has come from China, with a battery management system that they have not built, and with a control system that they have got from someone else, and with an enclosure and fire suppression system that they have got from somewhere else. See, bottom line, some of these people who are trying to come in the market, they are all trying to make money and trying to bring the prices down. But in this process, if you do not do this overall integration properly, then you could have a problem. Now, is the battery chemistry at fault? No. It's just that the way you have done things, and probably if they do it 20 times, they will figure it out. And that's what we have seen, in some of the newses that has come, where it has not been done properly, and these vendors did not have an experience in the past.
But when it wasn't done properly, can you give some examples of some of the things that have gone
So
wrong?
for example, fire suppression system. Fire suppression system is a classic one where if you are doing, so let's say you have a manufacturer who is doing an enclosure. So that manufacturer has to do enclosure, HVAC, connection to the inverter and all that. So that's how he figures out how much cooling is needed, how much air suppression systems are needed size-wise. That's how you will know.
Timing and all.
But then if you are relying on some other vendor who is putting all these components together and you are just providing an enclosure, whether it is coming from China or somewhere else, then that's a lose end. And there are projects that we have seen that has happened just primarily because of the air suppression unit.
And so your analysis seeks to identify ways to minimize those sort of possibilities depending upon
as part of this project, no. But again, that's why I mentioned about the experience that we have done. So when we will provide the guidance to Don, we will tell him what to look for. So I'm assuming as a city representative, you are not going to prefer one battery manufacturer over the other. You will have a spec, and based on the spec, that's what you will go for. So that spec is what is important, and getting that manufacturer abide by the specifications, specifically from a safety and reliability standpoint, is what our information to Don will be.
So in your work, working with cities, can you identify some of the locations or some of the things that you have been a part of creating or building that have come into fruition?
For this project, we have not started yet.
Not for this project, but in your 2 decades of experience, I assume you've consulted with other cities.
Okay.
Can you give some examples of other projects that you've worked on? And
so let's start here with PG&E. So we have Solano County. There is a school district there where we won a California Energy Commission project where the idea was to deploy in front of the battery that will be used by the school as a resilient system. And PG&E is supposed to own and operate that project. So that is one example. So again, these are all EPRI days I'm talking about in terms of demonstration. There is another project, again funded by California Energy Commission and also supported by Department of Energy, Humboldt Arcata Airport, where there is a battery right there that was used for resilience play. Southern California Edison, also there is a project we did in Fontana, city of Fontana. So it was senior center, police station, library, and fire station, where we developed a combo pack of solar storage with some kind of fast charging. It was level 2, not fast charger, and a control system play of how to make it resilient. So similarly, San Diego Gas and Electric, we actually have a project right now with the PENOPS, with the tribal nation, Pensaki tribal nation. So it's almost like a campus type system that they have. So we are providing a tiered layer resilience, introducing DC fast charger, San Pascal. So tiered resilience, again with a play of solar carport, battery, DC fast charger, and controller system.
And I appreciate having seen your presentation before at Solano EDC and understanding the need and how important the challenges are for energy. And I know that our council has spoken on some of our strategic planning discussions on the importance of this. And so for the sake of this project, it's identifying areas within, from the wastewater treatment plant to our 3 industrial park areas, trying to improve our position as a city and the resilience, especially with the industries we're trying to bring. So there's an agenda behind this, but there's a real potential to learn about what it is we're wanting in the future, because I know several of us have talked about microgrids.
That is absolutely correct, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you guys. So I had a couple questions based off like what you said. I know you brought up decentralization of energy. Like for me, my background is energy management. I really like to look into the redundancy side of things. So are you guys going to look at like our emergency plans to make sure we have energy in case of emergency for like City Hall, the police and fire stations, potential evacuation sites or sheltering sites? So if we do have another major emergency, that those crucial services do have the redundant power that's needed.
So that is not part of the scope of work that we discussed.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering because it kind of fits in those are city-owned properties, so it'd make sense to look at the redundancy of power for crucial services if we are going to look into this.
And I think that there's always the potential in the future, but if, correct me if I'm wrong, to add to my comment, part of what we're looking at is we're trying to draw from an economic development standpoint in our industrial parks, and then also looking at our own facility because of the land that we have and the wastewater treatment plant. And so we're starting there if approved, but it opens up the doors to, other future potentials.
And then the other part is like you brought up the city-owned land. What about potential future land that we may own? For example, the Northeast Growth Area, where we don't necessarily own that. It's either county or privately owned, but it will eventually fall into our development plan. Is this going to include all of that space as well?
Very good question, council members. So part of the analysis is definitely about the Northeast Growth Area. If the wastewater treatment facility property is a good site for some distributed energy generation, whether it's a microgrid, we would be able to have the abilities to run some distribution lines up into the Northeast Growth Area, and then that employment land would be able to have some self-generated power. That could be a great attraction effort for many companies looking to locate in our area to know that they have a cheaper source of energy.
And Council Member Jason, like as I was mentioning to you, the project that I did in city of Fontana was the very thing that you asked. So if I go for City Hall, police station, fireworks, senior center, fire stations, there are various, who am I saying, but there are different levels of, different types of fire stations and the sizes of fire stations, right? Can you develop a resilient package, a microgrid package consisting of battery and solar and make it economical? That's what we developed. So if there is an interest for Don for us to kind of give some guidance on some of those sites, we will absolutely be able to do that. Because basically, and this was also a California Energy Commission project, their idea was, can you develop packaged options for for buildings of different sizes, less than 100 kilowatt, between 100 kilowatt and 200 and greater, so that these becomes more deployable and scalable. That was, I think, your question, and the answer is we have done that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
I'll try to give my comments very brief. Actually, Councilman Stockton really brought a lot of things I had on my. I was checking him off. So he did a great job. And Robert's just really nailed one of them. One of the things is, it's like Reagan, trust but verify. So I'm very happy you guys are here, because I feel like the city of Vacaville and all the residents have had to. We've literally been dealing with somebody in sales that's been trying to sell their own product. Of course it's good. Of course it's awesome. Of course it's great. Is it right for us? It's like me putting on the wrong side of the parachute and jump out of an airplane. It might not work out too well. It's the right product, but not for me. And so the fact that you guys are a third-party neutral company that is going to come in and tell us what is or isn't good, and maybe even come to the conclusion that it's not good at all, or it's not sufficient, your needs don't meet the risk versus reward. We're not relying on a company trying to sell us a product that tells us good. The fact that you as a third party is on the cusp of our meeting tomorrow, which will be another marathon. I'm glad that we know we have a company, or possibly we'll have a company, that will give us a third party opinion. So we can at least go into this thing and say, hey, listen, whatever you say is coming from the mouth of a person trying to sell us a product. We need to know what's safe for the community. And that risk might not be worth the reward, or maybe it is. It's, you mentioned PG&E. PG&E they just built a new substation. It's really kind of opened my eyes of what is possible. That's why I was really leaning towards the word of what is in our city's preview, because it might be convenient for business to be close to the sun as possible. That helps them, but it doesn't really help our residents. It doesn't help our city. If we don't have access to that grid in case of a power outage, it doesn't benefit us, it benefits the company. The fact that PG&E just built another substation out by some very interesting land by Rio Vista, they just put sub lines under the Delta going 12 miles Sacramento. So they just showed through PG&E's own analysis that you can convert power with new technology. It doesn't have to be 100 yards from the facility or substation. They're drawing power 12 miles. This isn't an old 1980 system. This has just happened. So they're showing with current technology, you can transmit power under the Delta, along the freeway, back to Sacramento with today's modern technology in a safe way. So the whole conversation that we were bombarded with for the last 6 months, that we got to be right next to the substation, that's gone. It might be.
Councilmember Ritchie, let's try to avoid.
No, I got it.
Let's try to avoid commentary that we're going to be talking about.
So if I'm just very happy that we're able to talk about in public, like you guys are here to give everyone the surety that you will give us an advisement on what is right, what is wrong, what is the difference of products, do these products fit? Maybe this cluster proximity of batteries is right, but not within 900 yards or 4 miles from a home. But with the new technology, the probability for them to be able to convey power back to PG&E would not be a net loss to them. So I am very, very happy that you have a third party, because I feel like no one's talked about the fact that who cares if you're next to the property? If you can convey power 12 miles, you can convey it 100 yards. So I just make sure that your analysis looks at everything, proximity and safety.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll do that.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thank you. I have one question, and early on, like the first page of your presentation, it showed like how big the company was, and there were like 200,000 employees or something. It's a huge employee, and you've talked about integration and doing the whole thing. So I want to know, if we pass this, do we get you, or do we get someone else doing the work and someone else writing the report and then someone else telling us what it is? Are you the one that are going to be evaluating Vacaville?
Yeah, that's a great question. See, that is why I asked him to present this slide. And I was watching him and hearing and making sure he doesn't say that we are a $24 billion company. Because if he said that, you would think, oh my God, these guys will be gone the next day. No, ma'am. So
You two are going to be doing it?
yes. So just to see that square bubble that we have. So within that power transmission and distribution, and yes, it's a about $3 billion company globally. We are a segment called digital energy solution.
And how many people are in your group then?
And in our group, there is about close to 200 people globally. In USA, we have close to about 35 people. So in my team in US, we have 11 to 12 people. So you will be dealing with us.
All right, thank you. That's integration. That's what I want.
In Fairfield office.
In Fairfield.
In Fairfield office.
Open up to the public for any comment. Good evening.
Hello. I have a little bit of concerns here. I'm really wondering if we really have a third party here. They're a global entity. Okay, we have this LLC that is very transparent. Okay, and we're listening again to the scientists of that field. The only reason scientists from that field exist is for that field to exist. Okay, they're talking about generation. Well, yeah, we can do solar. We have lots of local businesses. You know, we have some local businesses that can do solar. I don't see us putting up windmills anywhere, because I know someone had a windmill not too far from our property not that many years ago. I guess it was like 15 years ago. And they took it down because it was loud, and it was a small windmill. So I don't think you're looking at windmills. I think you're looking at batteries. Are we going to put a battery on outside every building? I don't know if you're aware of, and he's talking about with the batteries, there's a fire on batteries that being transported during this last week. And they had to seal off compartments. They wouldn't let the ship come in, and they're waiting for the thing to burn out. Okay, so I kind of think he's a little bit of a snake oil salesman. I'm sorry. So I think there's a lot of bias. And yeah, I just don't trust any of this. To me, it looks like everyone's looking at like these best batteries are going to save our lives. And I think what we have is an energy crisis that is being created by our state government. Right? We're not having people losing power right now, other than when PG&E does shutoffs because of fires and stuff, right? Oh, well, what do some of us do for generators? I have a backup generator that is propane powered, okay? Hospitals and everything else, they have their generators, whatever's powering them. There was a fire in a hospital recently with one of these battery systems in the hospital that caught fire. And so there was lots of problems with this. Where is this craziness going to end? Are you going to go and on every school site put these big best battery systems? Do you really want to deal with having to evacuate a bunch of children when a fire happens there? I'm just not trusting that this is anything different, and I'm hoping you guys aren't spending a lot of money on this. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I have a few questions regarding this. One of them, most of the projects he mentioned were small scale. They weren't, 500 battery packs. So I wanted to see if they were going to include large scale microgrids, which that's really an oxymoron, but large scale places to put battery storage, whether it be wind, solar, because we're California, you can drive by a windmill farm anywhere. So I wanted to know if they were going to evaluate long-term scale on city property. The other question I had was they were going to approach it with the technical versus monetary. In that regard, is there a happy medium where Councilmember Ritchie had stated, yeah, you're going 11 miles, so can you meet cost effective versus just the answer of we're going to put it right here because it's cost effective, or technically it works better here. How can we monetize it where that's for the safety purposes? Sorry, I got a little rounded on that one. Basically, is monetary going to be the priority or, okay. The third question I had, you had touched on experience. Some of these other storage facilities that we see in the newspaper, that company didn't have experience. Will you be providing a list of companies that come trying to, knock on our door and sell us these battery packs? Will you be touching on any of those recommendations? And then I had my last question was savings to the city. I can completely see putting solar panels on city facilities or adding one pack, for resilience or redundancy. But will you be looking at the city of Vacaville and what the residents will be saving? Because as of right now, these energy storage companies are saying that our rates aren't going to go up with PG&E, however they are. So how is it going to actually benefit the cost of the citizens from a monetary standpoint? And I guess that wasn't my last one. Because of piggybacking off of that, how can we guarantee that the residents of Vacaville will be getting the energy stored? How will there be a guarantee that we are receiving the benefits versus it just going back into the grid and we don't know who gets it from there?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Good evening.
To be honest, we were I was kind of in support of this coming up here today. I like the idea of checking out other stuff. I'm not completely against battery storage facilities necessarily, but as you know, we would like to see something other than lithium, whether it's lithium ion or iron. I like the comments that Councilmember Ritchie was talking about. I know that's not necessarily what he was supposed to talk about today, but I agree though that there are. It's in my notes of one of the things I wanted to talk about today was I wanted to ask if there's an option to work with the county on a project like this because they have more land that's out in the middle of nowhere, away from people, and they don't have to worry about the residential areas out there. So maybe there's a way to work with them on this. For the site that I know we're not supposed to talk about tomorrow, and I'm trying not to, but I would entertain other options over there if it wasn't that. I think most of the people over there would be happy to hear other options. And it sounds like that's one of the things that they would be doing. I also would like to see, I've pretty much already said it. I was hoping that if it does include battery storage facilities, that there would be some way to not permit lithium batteries as part of this. Just keep that out of it. We've all said that we would like to see something like iron flow batteries. It's something that you've mentioned. I don't think you guys make that decision tonight, but that's all. Just one more thing, just again, that would be my background and what I would why I came to support it. Honestly, was for that reason, to hopefully look at other locations and something other than lithium is what I was really hoping for, and really other locations. And again, hopefully maybe you could work with the county and make it work out for everybody. And they would get a benefit, we could get a benefit, our city could get a benefit, and the residents. Also, I don't think this has to do with it, but I think the permitting side of it as well. I don't know if that's something that Aaron would.
Yeah.
I'm out of time. So, anyways,
Thank you.
permitting was the last thing I want to bring. Thank you. A lot of roller coaster up and down because at one point, oh man,
Yeah,
it's not
all right.
So, anyways, there was a lot of man. Yes.
Good evening.
I just want to come forward and say I'm not speaking on behalf of my group, Keep Vacaville Safe. I'm speaking right now as Sarah Dunn, a resident that lives in Vacaville. I think that what the city's doing is smart because I think having a consultant makes sense. There's a lot to be learned about battery storage and these different projects that the developers are going to come in and take advantage of communities. In my research, I've been seeing this kind of unfold, and now there's like legwork to do damage control. So I think that's smart. So in that sense, I'd be supportive. I do have concerns about lithium-ion batteries in a large scale, not so much the microgrids, but a large scale system. So that's all I want to comment.
Thank you. I'm going to close comments from the floor, bring it back to the council. I also want to clarify what we're talking about here is a project that is, there is the byproduct of a benefit that we're looking for, right? We're trying to advance economic development. We're all learning, and I'm sure tomorrow night we're going to be talking about the grid scale battery energy storage. But battery energy storage happens in homes that have Teslas and chargers and solar, and it's the integration of systems and technologies that can have safety and reliability on a small scale and an industrial scale. And we're looking at it from our benefit. We're also looking at it from both the economic development side, but we also have a large facility, and how can we benefit from it? So I do appreciate that, and I do believe that as time progresses, there's going to be the placement of batteries and solar close to each other, close to the industry, versus everything about the grid and an energy provider. Those are two different things. But cities are taking advantage of microgrids, and industries are taking advantage of how to capture their own solar and not just sell it back to a provider, but capture it and use it, both industry and individuals. And we see it more and more. I think the side benefit, though, from my perspective, is we become far more informed and educated about the interests of all aspects, including the legislation, what the state mandates are, and how to best navigate this in the future as a city and as a council. For that, I am very supportive of this because I'm very interested to learn and gain more knowledge and to benefit the city as a government and its impact on the community. So, Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I just have a few more questions. And I really do appreciate your honesty, and I think that's what our council is really looking for is just someone to come in and give us some suggestions. But ultimately, it would be us that would make that decision, correct? So you're just here to provide advice.
And one point I will make is we are not pushing for lithium ion.
Yeah.
There are 20 different types of lithium ion.
And would you be able to articulate and give us details on all the different types of technologies and the pros and cons related to them with the efficiency versus money versus all of those things?
Absolutely.
And do you represent an actual company that stands to profit from your findings?
No.
Okay, so you're just representing us.
Because see, we are not a battery company. We are not manufacturing batteries, or we are not integrating batteries, or we are not, we have got nothing to do with the batteries. So again, this goes back even to my electric power research days. EPRI was created in 1971 as a neutral entity. We still have, I still have working relationship with EPRI. And I will bring their subject matter experts to inform and guide Dawn and make sure it is properly documented. Because we were created to be the bridge between the utilities and the OEMs and the industries. And my last 22 years, that's what I have done. And I'm not forgetting the legacy and putting a sales hat and trying to sell a battery in L&T, because we don't sell batteries. What we sell is the technology and solution and overall integration. And in this project, the way Don has put it in, we are just in the evaluation stage. We are not even in the design, procure or build stage. We are understanding and figuring out. And that's where I think, our knowledge to you is what we are trying to impart.
That we can make better decisions, correct? So a follow-up question for probably, it might be you, Don, sorry, but I know that we have a very passionate biotech initiative for the city. With the type of growth that we hope to bring to Vacaville, can the current grid support that? Or if we did build without addressing the energy, would there be problems? And if so, what?
That's a very good question. So our current situation with PG&E, we've gone around, we've had numerous conversations with them for several months about their inability to actually provide the level of service that our industrial parks and business parks need. They were able to come up with a workaround so that the new industry that just recently moved in, the new construction that was just recently completed, and with the tenants that they have lined up to move in, those tenants will actually have the power they need. Our action tonight is to protect us from PG&E's inability to provide power to our employment lands. So if the feasibility study comes back very positive, then we know we'll be able to generate some of our own electricity and not be so tied to PG&E's ability to provide us with that power. So to answer your question a little more specifically, what we've done with all of the new biotech companies that have purchased land and are proposing to build facilities, at PG&E's request, we already did an energy analysis with each of those companies, and we've told PG&E, I'll use Transwestern as an example. When Transwestern builds their campus of 3 buildings, they're most likely looking at 3 megawatts of power that would need to be generated from sold from PG&E. So we've done that with each of the biotech companies that are coming into Vacaville. So we have an idea of what that total power, the usage will be. And now PG&E has that number as well. Why is that important? Well, the reason why there is an issue with power up throughout all of California, because this is not a Vacaville issue solely or a Solano County issue solely. It is a California issue that has to be resolved. So now PG&E knows very specifically from the city of Vacaville what type of power requirements that we believe our future companies are going to be using, which informs them on what type of upgrades they need to do to the circuitry, the circuits at the substation.
So do you believe the information that these two gentlemen and their company posed to come up with through their analysis will help you in attracting the companies that we hope to bring their business here and their jobs here, know that they can make that investment in our community and be able to follow through with producing the stuff that they need to produce with the power levels?
Absolutely.
And so the details that they're looking to present are almost essential in moving forward with any sort of economic growth on a large scale or for the future, correct?
That is exactly the plan.
So without that kind of information, we would be at a disadvantage to truly understand whether or not it is a good or bad idea to move forward with some of these initiatives, and it would be a higher risk.
Not necessarily a good or bad idea. The good or bad idea would be solely towards the battery storage.
Right.
The information that we'll receive will let us know that we do have locations where we as the city of Vacaville can generate our own power.
Correct.
Whether we sell that to the companies that are moving in like PG&E, right, we'll be in control of some of our energy generation. And as far as I will address what some of the comments were, we're hoping, honestly, that if we can identify enough sites that there could be a possibility of being able to offset power for our residents as well. That would be a beautiful win-win if we could provide power to our employment lands as well to our residents to help reduce their energy cost.
And the ultimate decision maker on what type of technology, despite whatever recommendations they come up with regarding all of them, would be us, correct?
Right, and that would be another phase.
Correct.
Right now is just to figure out
at a later date.
Yes.
And as far as the information that they're talking about presenting, that would be provided or included in any potential RFP for anything that we're looking to build, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then I know somebody asked about working with the county. Has there been any indication that the county is interested in collaborating on a project like this? Or would this analysis potentially provide additional information that could be used to look into some of those opportunities?
So again, I'm trying to separate the battery storage issue from.
I mean, in general, even with energy production, I mean, we've had some incredible conversations, Mr. Burris, and I think you have a brilliant mind and you're innovative in trying to bring wealth and prosperity to not just Vacaville, but to our region. The four companies, the biotech companies in the triangle, I think we called it the triangle after the signs, stand to have a $2.5 billion economic impact. I mean, we're talking life-changing community drivers that are going to provide living wage jobs and opportunity for existing families and families to come in Vacaville and throughout the region. So we definitely want to get this right. We definitely don't want to miss out on an opportunity, but we always want to make sure that we're being safe. So whether it's producing the energy needed, or whether it's storing the energy that we need, I think they're created. But the information that you stand to gain through this process should be helpful with that, correct?
Absolutely. And I can more specifically answer your question in regards to the county. So working with our Solano Economic Development Corporation, the total end game would be that each city goes through the process that we're doing right now. By the way, the city of Fairfield is also working with L&T to do the same work that we're proposing to do, so that if we're able to create basically microgrids throughout all of our communities, then is there the possibility that the county could create something a little bit larger so that we do have more energy resiliency and sustainability that is not tied to PG&E? But again, that's several phases down the line and more cities will have to come on.
This is step one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is where, like what you were saying, it's more decentralized. You are looking at either building or commercial, industrial facility driven. But then once you start understanding the value, because the need is driven by the service quality and reliability that these customers need. A biotech farm will need a very high degree of reliability and availability. So that's how you dictate these clusters. So we are calling here energy hubs. We have called resilience hub. But then as you start moving out, to your point, you mentioned about grid storage. So there are projects that I've done in the past with Duke and Southern. First Energy is very similar, where it's a big industrial park, and they were drawing the major manufacturing companies in there, and they asked for an additional 6 megawatts from First Energy. But the location was such that it would have costed a lot of money to bring that and that to underground. And overhead is a difficult value proposition. So see, these elements come into play in your decision making. So like, for example, you mentioned that so PG&E is aware that they have to provide maybe like 4 times 3 megawatt is almost 12. So they have to build a substation. Are they willing to do that? How much are they going to pay for the substation? Analysis like this gives us a first order of understanding. So this is where you start looking at, okay, you have your traditional utility providing you, either a special substation or an express feed or adding the capacity. So that is one option. So there is a cost that they will be putting in, and they will be putting in as part of the ratepayers that over time we will all be paying. The other options is these distributed resources. So what is the advantage of distributed resources versus a community scale? So those are the different options you can look at depending on what that cluster is. So if this this industrial facility is all clustered, let's say in a campus, I don't know, okay. So then a community play comes in. So then you will put, maybe a bigger battery, whether it's flow battery, lithium battery, we don't know. We'll figure that out, right? And then a co-located, solar, maybe a potential generator, either natural gas or you can even retrofit the diesel engines and make it ethanol. There's all kind of clean technologies that has been developed right now, right? So those becomes your community resilience for a group of communities. So some of the projects which I have not mentioned that we are doing with like Comet, Duke, Southern Company is that grid scale solar deployment, potentially owned and operated by the city, or potentially owned and operated by the utility. It can have different cases. But I think this is where we are all heading. And once you start adding the transportation load, that all these vehicles, transit, muni fleets, school buses, when you are all going to have charging infrastructures, and because there is grants already. I mean, you guys, we have a project right now. We have to finish a concept paper with you guys by Friday. So when you electrify, that's a huge load. So what happens then? And that is why these concepts of cluster microgrids is making sense. Europe is adopting them a lot faster than US. And I think that's where we are heading.
So I guess just to wrap this up for me, because I've taken a lot of your time, and I thank my colleagues for their patience. I'm very interested to learn what information that you're going to find, but I also think it brings up that without that information, I think that it would force the council to make an uninformed decision related to any sort of development, or a project like this. And I think, I mean, I'm speaking for myself, and I know that this would have to be a motion at a later time, I'm assuming. I think that this information is valuable. I support getting it. But I also think that we should put a moratorium on any sort of building of any sort of facility like you're talking about investigating and looking into until we have the data that we hope that you will be able to provide us. Because I think that number one is we want to make good, solid, informed decisions that are safe, economical, and are going to meet the goals that we expect to drive our biotech strategy and our sustainability, while never ever jeopardizing the safety of our community, and looking into really laser pinpoint precision on the types of things that we think are going to get us there, and not have consequences that we can't change in the future. So I don't know if this is the time that we would do that. I know other people probably have comments as well, but I am interested in some sort of moratorium until we have this information for a specific designated amount of time for them to get the information or additional information afterwards if we need it.
If that is your interest, I would recommend going through the typical process where you agendize it during, or request to agendize it during council comments.
And just one comment, and then Councilmember Silva. The idea of community resilience, not just from an energy standpoint. I know that we all recognize there's the giant grid, and then the ability for us as a community to have these clusters and microgrids puts communities in more control, correct? It just does.
Absolutely.
And then secondly, my recollection when there was a prior presentation that I observed when I had the chance to meet you earlier this year, last year, was another city in Solano County lost an economic development impact of hundreds and hundreds of jobs, 400 jobs, because they couldn't provide the energy. So this is, in my view, a very proactive approach to an economic development issue and becoming more self-reliant and not simply looking at our major PG&E provider. So am I correct in that? I think so, 400, yeah. Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you. So really quick, so I just want to put out there, I've had this pipeline dream to consider. I could use your help, just evaluating the area of Callan Hill. There's some surrounding county property kind of relates to that. I know you're not looking at county, but if it's something that fits, I'm very interested. Staff probably know more later on. And then number two, in your report, I just need you to cite your sources, whatever you're referring to. Is that going to be included when you guys ultimately submit your report? Okay, thank you. That's it. Motion to approve 9B.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Looking forward to some serious details. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 9C. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is a resolution to authorize an increase in the fire department personnel and the budget related to providing staffing for the Lagoon Valley Fire Station that's necessary for Station 76. Chief Concepcion, your fire chief, is here for a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm going to try to be brief this evening because it appears that even our projectors are getting tired. So before you tonight, for your consideration, I've got the Lagoon Valley staffing, and I think I forgot to put how many slides. So before anybody asks, I have 6 slides, so I'm going to be real quick. So we're anticipating needing staffing for the Lagoon Valley Station, which is going to be Station 76, around the third quarter of calendar year 24. And that station has to be, by developer agreement, has to be staffed by the time the first house is occupied. And that's when we're anticipating that the first house is going to be occupied, is around the third quarter. And that station is going to be staffed with 3 personnel, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And what that requires is 9 full-time employees. So every day on duty, there's going to be 1 fire captain, 1 engineer, who's the driver, and then 1 firefighter or 1 firefighter paramedic. At least one of those, either the engineer or the firefighter, is going to be a paramedic on there. So by virtue of having 3 people on duty every day, that means that we have to hire 9 full-time firefighters. So that's where we get the 9 FTEs. How we're going to do that staffing is we're going to promote from within. The 3 captains are going to be promoted from within. The 3 engineers are going to be promoted from within. We've already done a testing process both for the captains and for the engineers. We have an existing list for those folks. We won't promote them until we actually need them, so they're waiting on the list, and we anticipate that this recruitment that we did in around the third quarter of 2023 for captains and engineers will be good until we need the captains and engineers for the Lagoon Valley Station. So that has been done. But then there's going to be a trickle-down effect. And so we're going to have, as those folks get promoted into the captain and engineer positions, we're going to have to backfill them with now the firefighter or the firefighter paramedic recruits. And how we're planning on filling that is we're planning on hiring 5 folks off the street to fill 5 of those positions. And then now we're starting to see the benefit of the apprentice program. I'm happy to say that we we anticipate that 4 of our apprentices that are going through the apprentice program right now, by the time we need the Lagoon Valley staffing, will be eligible for promotion. So we'll be able to, and have gone through their entire apprentice program and training. So we'll be able to promote. We'll be able to promote 4 of them from their apprentice ranks. So what I'm asking for today is, and the reason we're making this ask right now is those 5 folks that we have to recruit, we have to put them in an academy we're anticipating beginning in March, right around mid-March. They'll graduate around August timeframe so that they'll be eligible for minimum staffing to be able to staff the Lagoon Valley station in around August timeframe. So the fiscal impact and what we're asking for is for this fiscal year is $287,000. It's not on the slide there, but we're asking for $287,500 as a budget augmentation for this current fiscal year. And what that is going to cover the salaries and employee benefits of the 5 firefighters that we're planning to put in the academy that's beginning in March. So that'll pay for their salaries and employee benefits for while they're in academy from March through June 30th. The rest of the fiscal impact won't impact us until next fiscal year, and then that'll be integrated into next year's budget through the regular budget process. Then as far as the actual staffing of the station, that'll happen whenever, that'll just coincide with when the first occupancy of the houses occur in Lagoon Valley. This is exempt from CEQA. This supports Strategic Plan and Goal Initiative 1, which ensures public safety. And there are alternatives. You can choose not to, you can choose to deny this request that we're making, but that'll incur overtime, because we'll be short personnel, or you can delay it, which will essentially do the same thing. And that could delay, occupancy of Lagoon Valley, which would be detrimental to us. And our recommendation tonight is that you approve the subject resolution. And with that, that completes my presentation.
Now, they will be stationed out of the temporary facility out there?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. I had no idea until the city manager shared with me that they were that far along out in Lagoon Valley. I have a question about the apprentices that came on last year. There were about a dozen, about 10?
There were 10, yes.
There were 10.
Yes.
Of that number, how many are still with us?
9.
9?
And 2 have actually already been promoted into full-time firefighter spots. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you.
So there are actually still 7 in the program.
All right.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, mostly related to this, but I was just wondering what the status was on your 2 engines you're supposed to get for that station. Are they going to be arriving anytime? Doesn't look like it by the look on your face.
They're on order. I think we're expected to get the Type 5 late this calendar year. And don't quote me, I think we ordered the Type 1 engine in November or December of 22.
Yeah.
And that's got we were quoted a 29-month lead time. So we're anticipating that probably not till mid 2025.
Yeah.
So as far as the equipment out there, if we don't have any of that equipment in, we're planning on probably taking one of our Type 3 wildland firefighting engines and using that in the interim.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Well, just you have it. Hello, I'm very happy. It's just first and foremost, thanks for. I mean, it's really the staff here. I mean, the fellow council members, the mayor and staff, and your crew. The ambitious idea of what you created and what the support that we all gave for it. It's coming to fruition, and that apprentice program is amazing. I remember. I said I accidentally went to the apprentice first meeting because I went to the wrong building, but it was a great mistake because I was able to sit in the back like a fly on the wall and watch a room full of people at Three Oaks that typically would not have been in the pathway of becoming a firefighter, full of energy, and having the fact that they're in a place where without this program, it's not financially feasible for a lot of people to go put themselves through the academy. It's what we create is a pathway to really empower people that would have wanted to serve their community but didn't have the means. So I mean, the fact that we have the high rate of that are sticking with the program, I thank you for what you're doing, because these are the things that make the change. Like I want to smell the roses and be present. Like this is the change that we need, and you're doing it. The apprentice program is amazing, and having that many people stay through that probably would never have had the opportunity speaks to what you guys created and what we kind of embodied. So I think it was a team effort, and it's working. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Just two quick comments. So as the mayor said, so it's a temporary building, a portable building, so that'll be in place, and that there's already funding for that, I assume, or it's in the next budget. But so do you anticipate calls from this station to come to Vacaville? That's my question.
I'm sorry.
When we have these people with the firefighters out here,
Yeah.
would you anticipate them ever being called back to Vacaville to serve calls? Or not? Are they just solely going to be at Lagoon Valley?
Well, their first due is going to be Lagoon Valley, and the
Right.
reason that we have to open a station in Lagoon Valley, typically, the development the size of Lagoon Valley wouldn't normally require the opening of a new fire station. But the only reason that we have to open a new fire station there is because it's so remote that we wouldn't be able to meet any of our response time requirements from any of our other stations. But to answer your original question, their first due is going to be Lagoon Valley, but they're going to be integrated into our entire system. So yes, they will be helping on different calls, and they could be second due if, let's say, Station 74 is on a medical aid, they could be the second due engine into that area.
But for the same reason that you said they're out it's also a reason that they wouldn't be called back as often because it would take them a while to get here and everything like that. So I know it's the location, there's nothing we can do about it, but it is isolated and we have to do it. So that's it.
Yep.
Well, hold on a second. I haven't opened it up, but not that there might be one person. Do you have a comment?
Just to clarify the point about coming back for the budget for the fire station, that's the full obligation of the developer.
They'll be handling that. Yeah.
The temporary one or both of them?
Both. Yeah. And thanks for the explanation. Typically, that happens throughout the city, right? You've got one station that is out, another one might take the responsibility of being second. This just falls in line with providing a greater support for the city.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I open up to the public for any comment? I didn't forget about you.
Thank you. Good evening, council, staff, and public. My name is Roberto Valdez, as you know, and I still have a lot of interest in what's going on in Lagoon Valley. Let me just say that before I speak, that I did talk to Mr. Silva, Councilman Silva, and Mr. Chief Chris Concepcion, and they were very nice to kind of clarify my question, but it hasn't changed my position because I have a different take from all this, and I hope you give it due consideration. Again, I'm not a fireman, I'm not a politician, I'm just a citizen who loves Lagoon Valley, and I know a lot of people do. All I can say is that I'm more inclined to to the alternatives that the Chief Concepcion mentioned as denying, or in my view, or in my words, postponing this resolution. And I say this because of my observations in Lagoon Valley. I haven't given up, and I don't go every day, but when I happen to be in Fairfield, hey, I like to see what's going on. And you can get a very good panoramic view of what's going on in Lagoon Valley. But what I see there, I've heard him, and I've heard and understand about the development agreements, and I'm not into any of that. But I also have some understanding, talking to your staff, in regards to the tree removal and what I observed. And what I've observed is that, I don't know, you've allowed the bulldozers and a whole bunch of tractors to go and do a lot of landscaping. There's a lot of landscaping within that lower Lagoon Valley, which I understand is you need a fire station to protect the homes. And also what I've seen in Lagoon Valley Park, I don't know if there was any discussion about this, and I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm not done in my research, whatever, 1 minute or 2 minutes, whatever, that I get to see a glimpse of what's really going. But what I've seen is that all you've done with all those bulldozers, or the developer, not you, but the developer, all he's done is, and I know this Triad or wherever they are. Anyway, they've created 3 or 4 or 5 lakes there in the park, and also within the project, at least 2 big lakes. And all you've done with the re-landscaping, altered the park itself, which I understood was not part of the project. And you attracted hundreds, if not, you're going to be probably attracting thousands of Canada geese, and I don't know what other birds that don't need, who survive on the foliage. And if you carry on your project with the golf course, it's going to be one big salad bowl for the Canada geese. So and I love Canada geese too, don't get me wrong. But what I'm seeing here is that, wouldn't it be better to serve the community by postponing this resolution and see what happens? As far as I know, the weather, there's all indications that we're getting a lot of rain. The grounds are saturated with water. We're probably going to have floods that you are trying to be proactive about. And I also see the trees blooming. And when it comes to this project, and in reality, there's nothing out there. It's just one big flat landscape, and all you've done is encroach on the city part. And what I'm saying to you is that, wouldn't it be better to use that money instead of using it for, and I support fire prevention, don't get me wrong, but if you're gonna, if to postpone it, and if you can't postpone it tonight, to put those firemen or apprentices, and I'm supportive of that, to put them to good use by working on the city. One of you mentioned about the city, what happens to the city?
Yeah.
That's where the homes are. That's where we need. So
Thank
what
you.
I'm
I'll take
saying,
that into
I'm not done.
consideration. Well,
For a few
actually,
seconds, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
But what I'm saying, wouldn't it be better to do that, because you haven't done
That's a good
anything
point. Thank you. That's a good point.
beneficial to the community? So
Thank you.
please.
Let me ask the chief that question. Thank you. Thank you. No, just thank you. Your time is up. I'm going to ask the chief the question.
I thought it was 31.
No, I let you go 31 seconds long.
Oh, I apologize.
No. I was letting you get to that point. It's late in the night, and I wanted to hear the point. So thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So could you address, not you, sir. You can go sit down. You're good. I'm gonna have the fire chief address that question. Could you address at least the comment? Clearly, there's one home that will be built, but they're building. And so they're anticipating ramping up. And so as the need for a response to increase, well, the load will increase out there. But until then, that's where they'll be stationed. But they're not going to not be handling calls.
Right. Yeah. And the timing is I think I understood his request is to to put this off. We're trying to time this so that the folks that we're hiring today and the request that I'm making today, the only reason that we have to start so early, because we have to go through that process. And so that they're available to staff it when those homes are built. So I know there's nothing out there right now. There's not even a temporary firehouse right now, but we anticipate that by the time the temporary firehouse is there and that the houses, the first houses are ready for occupancy, then our firefighters are ready to staff that firehouse.
And difference than in Southtown, this location is so far remote that the recommendation is this is the timing versus a certain load of resident occupancy.
Yes, we cannot allow any occupancy until we have a firehouse out there, just because the response time delay is so long from any of our other firehouses.
Yeah, thank you. Well, without acknowledging that, that was closing business or the comments from the floor, because at this point, you're the last person here. So I just made that assumption that nobody else was commenting. That's okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
So we have a motion and a second. So a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Well, thank you very much. But thank you for your comments. And I know how much you love Lagoon Valley, and we all do too. So appreciate you coming in. All right. 9D.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This final item before you tonight is the approval to consolidate a number of different loans with between the City of Vacaville and Eden Housing. Emily Cantu, your Housing and Community Services Director, is here with the presentation.
Good evening.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm going to go ahead and get started with some background information. In July 2017, the City Council approved a transfer of Vacaville community housing debt, affordability, and other obligations to Eden Housing. This is for properties known as Orchard Maples, Willows, Highlands, and Hillside Senior. Obligations include income and rent restrictions, participation with the police department, property maintenance, management, and also collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club. VCH had acquired the properties over time from individual private property owners, and they rehabilitated them during the time period of 1992 to 97 for a couple of the properties, 2004 for Highlands, and in 2000, so some years ago. At the time, the properties were determined to be blighted, and the acquisition and rehabilitation was made possible with several different funding sources, including redevelopment agency low-income housing funds, redevelopment issued bond proceeds, city home funds, and tax credits. So because the acquisitions occurred over quite a period of time, because there are multiple funding sources, and also in future years, subsequent loans were provided. The portfolio of debt, or the city's loans that transferred to Eden, included 32 loans totaling a little over $19 million at this point in time. Also in connection with the funding sources, loans, and time periods, there were multiple regulatory agreements with various rent restriction requirements that were recorded against the properties. Some of those have since expired. So consolidating the loans and regulatory agreements will really help to streamline and enhance the monitoring, enforcement, and compliance of those rent restrictions and repayment of the loans. Many of the loans have different terms. They're in the staff report and listed on this slide. The regulatory agreements also have different requirements. Some of the loans cross over several of the 4 properties, or at least a couple of them. So it's difficult for the property management to track, and it's very time consuming. Oh, and in addition, this will help the projects stand on their own. Eden Housing is working to seek financing to be able to rehabilitate the properties further to preserve them going into the future. So staff is recommending that the 32 loans totaling the $19 million be consolidated as shown on the slide. The consolidation is further detailed in attachment 2 of the staff report. So it lists all the existing loans and how they would be consolidated for the 4 properties. There's no forgiveness of any principal or accrued interest that's being requested, and all the amounts owed would be due. The terms for all 4 loans and the 4 properties are recommended to be the same and include a 60-year term, 0% interest loan. We would implement an annual city monitoring fee, which helps pay the cost of staff to verify the rent restrictions are being followed. It would implement annual residual receipts payments for the 4 properties. That means once all the operating expenses are paid, if there are revenues remaining, the city would be paid. It implements a formal process that Eden may request to waive that payment if it's absolutely necessary because operating funds will not pay for those improvements. If the payments are waived, those funds would have to be reinvested into those properties. And Eden will also reimburse the city's attorney's costs to prepare and implement this consolidation plan. Along that line, the Willows property draft amended loan agreement is included in the staff report. That would serve as the form of the document for each of the 4 loans should the city council approve the consolidation this evening. There are just a few changes requested to the rent restriction requirements under the regulatory agreements. And this is to, on a few of the units, match the income of tenants to the income level restriction of the units and to account for some current conditions, which I'll talk about. And attachment 4 has a detail of the current rent restrictions by property and then overall total for the portfolio. So we are requesting to decrease the number of units that are restricted to 30% area median income families by 3 at Orchard Maples and move those 3 to Willows. To designate 2 units that are currently not restricted and designate those specifically as managers units because those are not accounted for at this time. To offset the 30% units added to Willows, we would decrease the 60%. So it'd be adding a deeper level of affordability for 3 units. And for Willows, there are 6 units that are unrestricted. Again, not accounted for at this time are 3 managers units and 2 community spaces that are currently occupied by the Boys and Girls Club. And 1 unit happened to be demolished by the prior owner, Vacaville Community Housing. So because it's not there, we're not going to count it. So we're going to go from a total of 320 apartments included in the regulatory restrictions to 319. There are no changes to the Highlands regulatory agreements or the Hillside Senior Apartments. With that, we are asking that the council approve the consolidation of the 32 loans, making those 4 loans and 4 matching, if you will, regulatory agreements as outlined in the staff report, and that the city manager or his designee be authorized to implement the applicable documents to implement the action. And I am available for questions if you have any.
Thanks for the presentation. And Councilmember Silva.
All right, as quick as I can. Just need to confirm, are any current residents going to be displaced or do we expect rents to be increased?
Yeah, no tenants will be displaced and the rents are not increasing based on this action tonight. The practice of Eden Housing is an annual rent increase. And that is standard practice, not related to this action. So no rents will change, no
So if somebody's at,
restrictions.
for example, 30% income, they would stay at that
Yes.
with respect, and, okay, got it. The other thing is, had a big, whoever decided to keep going around tagging up the area, left our, part of our community in a mess. Something I want to discuss as a council at some point is looking at how we hold property owners more accountable and be more responsive to their tenants and to remediating their property when it's on private property. So I have some plans. We'll talk about that when the time is appropriate. But within this, is there, have those conversations had, what, to your knowledge, can, if we do come up with something maybe in the future as a council, would they be nullified? Would they be kind of grandfathered into like an old like policy, or is this something that we can, if we want, as a city, want to implement some type of encouragement to keep our good willing, sorry, I can't think of the word. Are the tenants that are doing the job trying to stay safe? You got folks that are over time being a nuisance to that, and not respecting that space and that safe environment. To your knowledge, is that something that can still be implemented or discussed in the future, or would this agreement nullify our ability to leverage that?
Well, I think within the documents with Eden, there's the ability to approach them and, there's guidelines and the agreements to encourage them to
Within
do
their own
those
contract.
things. They do need to follow, state laws for landlords. I think there would need to be more discussion on exactly what it is you're looking to do and how that would be implemented. But I know that Eden would be open to conversations. And if it's citywide, then that's something else for Melinda to talk about.
Okay, no, that's fair. I just wanted to make sure that those key issues were answered. Just thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Said one question regarding the reduction in units. So I know under other things, if number of units are reduced in one area, we have to compensate and add them someplace else. What's the plan to make up those reduction? What was it, 11? The number of units reduced by those, the 6?
Thank you for the question. I think you're referring to 8 units
Yeah.
that will be designated for managers, community space, and one's gone. So those units are coming from units that were not restricted. So we're not losing any affordability, affordable units through this action.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, the moves are designed to be neutral with no changes. It's just in the grand scheme of things. But that's where those numbers were changing, because I appreciate the question.
Yeah, regarding the 30% units, we'll still have the total of 30 across the 4 properties.
Right. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you for the report. Interest. On the, prior to consolidating the loans, did any of the loans have an interest rate attached to it?
Yes, 4 of the 32 loans accrued interest.
Okay, and why is it after the consolidation, there is no interest charge?
Well, that's the recommendation before you this evening. Again, we're trying to make all the terms the same. If we charged interest across all the loans, 32 loans, but which will be 4, it would be a large debt increase to the properties that are already somewhat limited on their revenue because their rents are lower than market.
So the interest rates, what was the variance? I mean, how did they vary?
Off the top of my head, they would be 1% to 3% max.
3% max?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly, but typically, in my experience with all the loans we've ever done, they're 1% or 3% interest. So they
how much of that are we writing off?
Let's see. Well, we're not writing off any interest that's already accrued. The interest will stop accumulating with this action.
So with this action, that's what I'm asking. How much are we?
Not going to receive an interest. I don't have that figure with me. I would need to go back, look at the 4 loans and do a calculation with our loan service provider who could give us that projection.
$1 million to, you can't recall.
I did not look at that information, so I just don't have it available this evening.
So if I could just add to the question, because I understand where you're at. Clearly in this, staff's making a recommendation to us, and it's a great question. It's like, if it's to keep rents low, there's a methodology behind normalizing these and making them consistent. Can you maybe explain the decisions or the reasons for the recommendation? Help us understand. Clearly, I mean, it's not like you're going to start charging interest where you weren't, and now you're trying to normalize this. So there was a thought process in this, and it would just be helpful to know it.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a way to kind of ballpark that number real quick, because we do have the accrued interest for the loans that did accrue interest from over the past 20 years, about $1 million has accumulated. So if we assume the term of the existing loan is another 20 years, it would be about $1 million. That wouldn't be charged in interest.
Okay, and they will not be able to increase rent on the residents.
Not based on this action, no. The rent restriction to the appropriate rent levels for each income level will remain the same.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
For the information and bringing this forward, because I think it sounds like a good idea to be able to make it more efficient for the city and for Eden and all the buildings to go from, 32 loans to, consolidated. So I think that that's great. I did notice that I think the term of the loan then is going to be 60 years. So that's a much longer time. And the figures there, the principal didn't get reduced very much over the long term that we've already had it. So clearly, we're not doing this for a profit because we are serving the people that need it. So I understand a little bit more about the interest. So tell me, does Eden have any other properties or loans other than these, or was this all that Eden has?
This is everything.
Okay, and is there any other property owners that we're working with besides Eden that's in a similar or something like this?
No.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
I'm going to open it up to the public for comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council.
I second I was short, it's getting late.
You have a question?
Short press, yeah.
So we have a motion, but we'll go with your question.
I second it. I still want to comment.
Go ahead.
Trying to make sure I don't cross over lines. But for her question, if we're concerned that much about interest, those are awesome loans. If we feel like we're losing interest and the city's taking a loss by doing 0% loans, there's some creative ways we can do it. The 19 million. So my quick math was that 19 million, we can take $3 million out of our general fund right now today, put it into a 10-year treasury bond of 4%. And that would yield $1.2 million over 10 years. So that would offset the $1 million we're going to lose. We can take that $1.2 million of free money and reinvest it back into the community as a form of another housing grant, helping people that meet certain qualifications to get home ownership, to get assistance for rent, get assistance. If we're losing interest, there's a lot of creative things you can do. You can do a 20-year treasury bond. It's a little less. We won't lose money. The money's safe, but it'll allow us to offset that possible interest we lost and give it back to the community and reinvest it. So I would like to at least be able to explore it. It's not new, it's been new for us.
Thanks for your comments. You should second that, but
Oh, yes, I second this.
it's good fiscal discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So hopefully that'll make it a little easier for you. Some time savings over the course of your staff's career. So thank you very much. All right, Mr. City Manager, what do we have?
Well, first and foremost, I apologize, but I missed the hour. And so I know that you only have reports on city council, but there is some important items under there. So I just want to make sure if you're interested in continuing to finish out the agenda, given the hour.
Well, the agenda really is appointing a vice mayor and looking over our comments, of course, if we can keep them short. And also the council assignments. Does anyone have a problem with? Keep going? All right, we'll keep going.
So with that said, just real quickly, I want to provide a couple of quick updates. Just as a reminder to the community that we still are accepting applications for both the Planning Commission and the Parks and Rec Commission through next week, Friday, January 19th at 5:30 p.m. So if you're interested in serving in some capacity with the city, please look into that and submit your application. The other thing that I wanted to mention real quick is that I just wanted to give you an update that we have successfully opened up our extreme weather warming center over this past weekend. The first day we had 5 overnight stays plus 5 visitors who came and went. The next day we had about 12 to 14 visitors stay with us the entire time. We have opened up the facility tonight. At this point, we have 6. Our attendant who spends the evening with folks there has shared with us that typically the population increases around midnight, so that number could increase. And then finally, we are expecting, based on the weather forecast, to be open again tomorrow night. I just want to say thank you to all those folks that have been involved in this. We had good support from the faith-based community, our Public Works Department, our crew unit, and then all of that has been really led by Georgianne and all of her efforts to make sure that everything's running smoothly. We've had Surf Pro out there keeping things monitored. We've had a good presence out there with crew. And so far, we have not received any complaints, albeit just one about, some consolidation of vehicles on the Caltrans park and ride lot, which we really don't have a lot of, say in. But to our department's credits, we have been reaching out to them and trying to help them help themselves so that we can keep that area clear. So just want to give the council an update that thus far it looks like that temporary solution is working okay for the time being.
Great, thank you. And with that, I'll bring it back to reports to City Council. And to begin with, the first item before we'll conclude, because we have some business to do, is a nomination and selection of a new vice mayor. First, I want to start and thank Vice Mayor Wiley. Appreciate this last year stepping in when needed and just the role that it takes. There's different boards that you have to sit on, and you stepped in when I wasn't there, and some of them were a little bit contentious, so thank you.
Thank you. That was very enjoyable.
Yeah. But again, this is a service for the entire council to step in if, for any of the duties. And but I just want to personally say thank you. With that, I'll just open up for discussion. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, try to keep this simple and quick. In honor of rotating vice mayors and everything, I'd just like to nominate Greg Ritchie. He's been on council a few years now, and I think it's time for him to rotate into it.
So I will start with, there's a nomination, and I do appreciate that. But I do see Greg Ritchie's lights on, so. Well, since there's been a nomination, how do you feel about the nomination?
About life, I feel good. You're never ready for anything in life, you just gotta go.
That's right.
So,
Well, I appreciate that. I'll second that motion.
thank you. Sir.
With that, do I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So thank you for stepping in. And
Very happy. First of all, thanks so much for my fellow council members and mayor for having faith in me. And sometimes I ramble on. But it's been an honor to be proud of the city to continue serving. So I'll step in, do the best I can wherever you ask me to.
Great. Well, we'll eat some coffee soon. All right. Well, there's some things you'll have to do because there are some Form 700s that you're gonna have to fill out. Right. So, Vice Mayor knows a lot about
Some Solana Transportation Authority meetings coming up.
right. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much and your willingness to step in this capacity for 2024. Second on the agenda is City Council assignments. I know that there's several of you that have been on different of these assignments. I've got them in front of me. One of the things that I've had a conversation with Councilmember Chapman, being that she was new last year, she said she didn't really jump into too much, but she's ready and willing to step in other areas because sometimes our schedules get busy. And so if there's areas, I don't want to just jump into the list, but to maybe hear from some of you instead of simply just going down, if there's an area you feel your schedule would benefit stepping back a little bit and allowing some opportunity. And if so, it would be helpful to know now so we don't get to the end of this and we don't have these other opportunities. I know that in this conversation, Councilmember Chapman showed interest in the Audit Review Committee or the Citizen Advisory Committee, the Travis Regional Armed Forces, or Yolo Solano Air Quality. So there's a couple that you're interested in. So if some of you may have the opportunity in your schedule and you're willing to kind of share the experience, or if you're busy enough to say, I need to step back a little bit, then let me know. Councilmember Sylvan.
Yeah. So the Citizens Advisory Committee for both CSP Solano and CMF, really enjoyed my past 3 years there. There's a 2-year term limit to it. So the last 2 years I've been a chair. One of the challenges that I had within that role was actually coming up with a plan to be able to get more of the other representatives from other public institutions in attendance. Those folks are doing tremendous work. Some of y'all were actually able to come out at different time points, whether not just at different meetings, but also different events. Mayor Carly, I really appreciate you attending their graduation ceremony that they had at CSP, CSP Solano.
That was incredible.
Yeah, they actually, at their previous meeting last week, they mentioned it, and that they didn't tell me to tell you, but I'm extending their deep gratitude for you being able to attend and the words that you shared. It meant a lot to them. And just to reiterate, they were recognized as a distinguished school. It's a difficult process to be able to be a distinguished school, and the fact that you have folks that are in that position, whatever mistakes they made, they're going through the whole process of trying to quote unquote rehabilitate and make the most out of their life. And the staff there I truly believe are 100% committed towards that. So anyway, so my point to all of that is, since Dr. Chapman expressed interest in that, and there's a defined two-year term limit that can be extended if nobody else is interested, but absolutely, she's interested. I think it'd be valuable to have more folks attend, more elected representation attend, and then just to again understand what they got going on and maybe indirectly team up to champion different projects that I'd like to see happen, especially since they've come out of COVID, a lot of COVID restrictions the past couple of years. So putting that out there for that. I personally would like to continue on the 3x3 for Vacaville USD and the city of Vacaville. Previous Vice Mayor Wiley is really good at attending 100% of her meetings. So as an alternate, I didn't do anything for those other ones. I didn't have to because she did her job very well. But if someone wants to swap as me an appointee and
that was the Travis. No.
You know, any one of them. I just like learning, be exposed to different stuff. Actually, to that point, maybe, so just to rehash, I did attend Cal City's, I was appointed to be a part of the Environmental Quality Board, what actually includes some of the topics that were coming up today. So this is through how local, this is through Cal Cities, for those that don't know. This is something that I think just about every city in California pays a membership to. It's a non-partisan group, and they collect different local issues, come together, and then champion those policies to ensure that there's local control amongst other factors. Anyway, so along those lines, to me, it would make sense to kind of complement it with some another assignment that's related to environment, whether that's air quality.
Just so I understand, there was the air quality, but there was the association, the ABAG. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, you're the one.
Do you have a preference of which one you would like to explore? ABAG or?
Of which two?
Well, there's the first one, which is the Association of Bay Area Governments. Right now, Wiley, I assume that you want to continue on that, or how do you feel?
What's that on my list?
Well, no, it was not, but that's what happens, right? When you start opening up the doors.
Okay, all right. That's
But
fine.
the one that is on your list is the Citizen Advisory. That was your number one.
Right. I'll take that, absolutely. The 3x3, of course.
Right.
And the one that you were just speaking of?
ABAG is what that is.
Oh, ABAG.
Yeah.
Oh,
And you're on that one.
Well, no, it's.
Well, you're an alternate.
It's different. Well, yeah,
Association of Bay Area Governments, General Assembly.
yeah, but have not been called to action. Okay.
I see.
okay, I'll take it.
For which one?
For ABAG?
Requires the mayor.
Well, this one does
And the-
not. So this one does not. So,
So there's a general assembly and then there's so the mayor is on the board.
Right.
And this one is, I attended.
yeah, this is the difference between the two. And so
Yes.
if you're wanting to take Wiley's place in that, then
Okay.
what I will do is I'll make the appointment for you to be the appointee, and Silva, you can remain as the alternate.
For ABAG?
ABAG.
Okay.
So you'll stay on there as the alternate. And I will appoint Chapman as the appointee, so you'll be the primary on that one.
Okay.
And the executive board is represented by mayors, and so that's already appointed on there. You're appointed to the Citizens Advisory Committee for California. Silva, appreciate your service in that, and hopefully you can pass along some information to Councilmember Chapman. And the secondary on that is excuse me, the Audit Review Committee is Chapman and Ritchie, so you're already on that one. That continues. Everyone is part of League of Cities.
Can we add a third?
So where are we talking about?
To the Audit Review Committee, Subcommittee?
Yes, we can. And the reason is because it doesn't require anything less than, so we can do up to 3. Can we do up to 3 on that one? The audit? Sure we can.
On which one?
Well,
What?
I just want to
what
work
are you
with Ken.
speaking of?
He has great.
this is the Audit Review
It's
Committee.
some-
You're
I'll
already on
stay
it.
on it,
Yeah, you're
but
staying on it.
someone- Okay.
And I'm not sure, I mean, Councilmember Ritchie, there are
Yeah,
quite a few
Ritchie.
other ones that you're on, so you might not want to
Yeah.
stay on that
Yeah.
one.
May I recommend
Unless
that
you really
maybe,
want.
I'm about to point you to a lot of different ones.
Yes, I mean, I think I'm on 2 because I came into a wonderful Mitch Mashburn kind of left and I came in.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do.
If we can keep that
Yeah,
down to
let me,
2.
I got this. So the Audit Review Committee, I'm appointing Chapman, you're still on it, you'll stay on it. And Silva. So that will be it. So there you go, you got that. And everyone is a part of League of Cities. Gee, it's getting late, I'm put my glasses on. The 4 Cs, I'm on that. The Mayor's Committee, I'm on that. Welcome to Solano County Water Authority, Vice Mayor. You're the alternate. You will be filling out a Form 700. So we'll meet and we'll discuss that. Solano EDC, nothing changes there. You're automatically going to be the alternate in the Solano Transportation Authority. So we'll discuss that later. So that's the appointment.
So then there's two committees, so do I need to tell them that I'm no longer on it, or will you take care of that when he goes on to that?
When he goes on, we'll take care of it. And one of the considerations that transportation is looking at is while the vice mayor is the alternate, because there's now so many committees, it is possible that if there is interest to stay on one, you can. If you're ready to give it up entirely, you can. It'll pass to the alternate. So you can let me know how you want to handle that. Yes, the Solano Water Authority, Vice Mayor. And TCC, I've got Roberts and Ritchie for the general. Want to continue on that?
Yeah, it meets once a quarter, and I would.
Okay.
A lot of veterans on the project, so.
Okay. And the Travis Regional Armed Forces Committee. Okay.
That one's actually open to all.
City Manager?
I'm sorry, I have something after that one.
Okay. So, and just so you know, I mean, I sit on the executive committee on the TCC. It's not listed here, but the quarterly meeting, Roberts and Ritchie will continue. The Travis Regional Armed Forces Committee, it's open to all city council members. So I can be removed as an alternate because it doesn't matter. I know I brought that up last year, but I was new. I could say that, right?
You're in it.
I was new. The Vacaville Dixon Greenbelt Authority. Is that what you had comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll wait to the very end.
Okay. So that is Stockton and Ritchie, and unless there's any objections, I will continue with both of you. You
They
good
met
with
one
that?
time in 2 years.
Huh?
Yeah, they never meet.
They cancel.
Right.
It's been, yeah.
But at least there's a
You
representative.
get a meeting notice and cancellation.
Yeah.
Meeting notice.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's real.
So the Vacaville Fairfield Greenbelt Authority is Roberts and Wiley.
Yeah. So the shoot, that one, they've never met.
Okay. Would you like to continue to stay on that in case you meet?
What's
All right.
in case you need?
Well, maybe that's what we need to do this year is figure out some of these. I sit on the Vacaville Museum Board trustee, and then the Vacaville Unified School District 3x3. Still looking at the city manager. You're saying you're going to wait till the end, right? Okay. I have Silva, Chapman, and Stockton. Continue, no changes. The Travis 2x2, Wiley and Roberts. And
So, John, that one, I know I missed last meeting because I get stuck in a meeting. Somebody else has more flexible schedule because I know they typically, last couple meetings, we've done it earlier. Somebody has a more flexible schedule during the day that'd like to step in.
okay. Anybody having the time and willing to be on the Travis 2x2?
When do they meet?
I know,
Not a regular.
Wiley, you're on it.
I'm on.
There you go. All right. So it'll be Wiley and Chapman. Thank you, Roberts, for your service. And the Yellow Solano Air Quality Management, Wiley, you're the appointee, and Silva is the alternate. I intend to keep that the same. And that makes all, or swap. Well, it's up to the two of you. If
Subdivision, it's fine.
you want to continue as the appointee, I'll keep either. Okay. We'll keep it as it is for now. And that seems to be all the appointments on this list. Mr. City Manager, do you have comments?
Yeah, so I think the other one that's not on here because, we just added it is the the county JPA for homelessness.
That's right. So,
Currently, we have council members Stockton and Roberts.
all right, so we need to make sure that, unless there's any objections, I will continue with Stockton and Roberts.
I will say, can I make a comment on that?
Sure.
One? So, this will be, well, I'll take care of I guess, most of my comments now, but I did another ride along with crew, and just taking a lot of things into account with respect to homelessness and where a lot of the problems, perception-wise, are going to be concentrated at. I'm not interested in a roundtable per se, personally. So I don't know if either of you are open. But if the challenge is to be in a position to offer solutions, I know it's something that I can't ignore. I haven't ignored it. But at the same time, if these are things that I have to answer to, for me, it feels like it'd be a better position for me to be in that actual position, dedicated to that position. So that way I don't, kind of put myself in a position that I feel I was put in previously. So, so I don't know if Roy Stockton or Councilmember Stockton, excuse me, if you're interested in allowing me to secure that voting seat, to kind of start the conversation there.
Out of all the stuff that I'm on, that's the one I'd like to stay on. Roberts feels, but I'd be happy to work with either one of you. And I worked very well together. But I think that's one where I feel like I offer a unique perspective in that group and have been there from the beginning and really want to see that through. So I would prefer to stay, but I recognize that that's kind of up to everyone as well. But I prefer to stay. I will say that some of the stuff that has come, that created some controversy between you and the council, I don't think stems necessarily from that JPA. But I do hope that, if there's an alternate type of opportunity or something like that, I've reached out to several council members when I'm not going to be there. Councilwoman Chapman has been invited numerous times as well. So I don't know if there's an option for that as well. I know even though I think Jason, you're listed as an alternate, I would say that we collaborate on everything and work together. So I don't know how it works, but there are 2 people appointed from every
Can I
city.
What Councilmember Silver stated? We've had very light conversations or discussions about a homeless roundtable. And I had initially put on my list that I was interested in the JPA. However, I have another situation going on where it wouldn't be wise for me at this time to be an alternate to the JPA. However, what are my colleagues' thoughts about a homeless roundtable? We have 2 of us that are interested in being involved. I think all of you are aware my feelings and sentiments and about the homeless situation. And I would like to see more done here locally, to not so much more done, however, to hear the voices. There are many people in the community that care about our unhoused, and they want to volunteer their time and resources to the cause. So with that,
So I'm going to allow you to speak on that when it's your council comments. I want to make sure we finish this, but then bring that up.
I'll bring it up then.
Because then
Couldn't it be added to the list?
we'll get there. Because there was an ask. I know you want to stay on it. You're not. That's the one that you're on primary of something. So I mean, I think that it would probably behoove you to go to one of those meetings. I know I have in the past, maybe to work through some of what this is. I know that there's some other strategies that we're trying to employ when it comes to housing. Mr. City Manager?
So we can certainly look at the bylaws, that form the JPA to make sure of this, but my understanding that it is really just 2 representatives from each jurisdiction. And while I know that there's additional interest from other members of the council, I just want to be respectful to the process, because up to this point, and the 2 council members that are serving in that capacity can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's been quite a bit of discussion, but not necessarily a lot of official action taking. I think there's going to start to be more action taking forthcoming because of what that group has put back to the regional city managers group in terms of JPA staffing agreements and MOUs and things like that, and services, contracted services and things of that nature. So it's really, I think, going to start ramping up, and that group is going to start making some more decisions. And so I think that they'll probably be focused on the 2 that, are to be there, as opposed to becoming more, spectator audience type thing. So it's not to say that they're not open to the public, but if we start having multiple folks there with different opinions, it might create a challenge.
And the end goal is that what you're working on then comes to councils for
absolutely
broader discussion and decisions versus decisions through a 2x2.
Well, correct. We've provided an example of that where, when this group was when each individual, when the board was trying to make a citywide or countywide discussion or decision, we brought it back to the council as a collective group to have their individual discussion, to take that back to the board.
And real quick,
I wasn't asking for the 2 of us to be added to the JPA. That was not my request.
I didn't hear
Okay,
that.
but I was just.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yeah, what we've done in the past of that with Councilmember Stockton and I, like if one of us knows we're not going to be there with the board, talking to Supervisor Mashburn and Vasquez, they've allowed other council members to come sit at the table with us so we can have a discussion. And having a 3rd council member there doesn't violate any type of Brown Act for us, because the 3rd person doesn't do that. So if Councilmember Silver wants to come to the meetings, you can come sit in there, make comments. Or if one of us isn't going to be there, we can invite them to come sit in our spot at the table, because they've authorized that before. So it's not a big deal. Maybe a 3rd alternate.
Well, for the purpose of the process, we will complete this like all cities are doing. But the flexibility of what's going on at the JPA is what you're commenting.
Yeah, and like the city manager said, is like right now we're just doing more high level establishing. It's just the strategic plan and the bylaws and all that stuff. So there hasn't been too much like actual action for individual cities or even the county yet. And I think, once it gets more to that, it might be more worthwhile for Councilmember Silva to at least come to the meetings, observe them, or step in later period. But right now it's just a very high level stuff, still building out the organization.
Well, given that the work that you're on right now, you're knee deep into the work, I'm just going to keep it consistent. There's a lot that's happening, so I don't want to make a change in that one. I'm going to say it before the end of the night, but you're still Vice Mayor Wiley still.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. I just wanted to say to Council Member, if you are free on Wednesday mornings at 9 o'clock and you can attend those meetings, I'm willing to let you be the primary and I'd be the alternate for this coming year. For the Yellow, I've enjoyed being on the Yellow Solano, and that's when they meet, 2nd Wednesday of the month at 9 a.m. And it's in person in Davis. Okay, so then if you want to switch those out, then if you can't come sometime, I will be able to be your trusty alternate should you ever need me.
And you both already do the Form 700, so that doesn't change. All right, I think we got through those.
He's a year ahead.
Right, we got through those. So with that, we're going to go to council comments at this point. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. I have a question. Um, Our ambulance service, paramedic services, when they, who build, how are the families or the residents billed? Are they billed directly from the city of Vacaville, or are statements coming from Sacramento, a PO box, or, and I'm asking that for a reason, a personal reason.
Did you ask how the residents are billed for their ambulance bills?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a billing company, Whitman. Whitman Corporation that bills for us. So the bill comes from, I think their offices are in Sacramento, but it should say Vacaville Fire Department Ambulance Company on there.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't a scam.
Okay.
I received a statement, they needed information, my husband's ID information, because he was serviced by our wonderful paramedics last month. And I've received a letter today, as a matter of fact. Okay, and it was just that they didn't have his, no, he didn't sign. They didn't get his signature on something. Okay, thank you very much. The other thing, the mayor asked me to hold off until council members' comments, and that is the homeless roundtable. And I wanted to get the sentiments of my colleagues, and I think the mayor missed my entry.
Didn't we do?
I did, I got it.
You got it? Oh, okay. So do I need to ask to have that put on the agenda at a future meeting, the discussion?
What you're looking for is are we having a discussion about forming a roundtable or an update on the homeless roundtable? Because
Pretty much forming. I believe it's been inactive.
well, I guess the question is that I mean, it's certainly a discussion that we may want to have. But Mr. City Manager, can you share the discussions that we've had?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of roundabout conversations about this, to have it, to not to have it, what does it look like, what's being done. And part of the feedback that, you know, has been part of the dialogue is that right now, well, first and foremost, it stopped because prior councils and this council have not elevated the subject of homelessness on the strategic plan priority list right now. We're doing a lot of other things, and work is being done in that regard on the regional level. Now, as you pointed out a couple of times, while that's regional effort still happening, you're interested in a more localized discussion.
Yes.
And so what I would suggest is because while there's been discussions about it, there hasn't been any formal action or real in-depth conversation about it. If there is a desire from this council to have that conversation at a future meeting, because I will just share with you, as I've shared with you in other discussions about our strategic plan efforts, we're busy. And right now, if there is a desire to initiate some kind of homeless roundtable, there's a lot of different issues and questions that need to be answered. And one of those is resources. And what is the direction? What is the purpose? Because if we are trying to put efforts into that regional level, what else, you know, where else do you go? So anyway, having said all of that, I think if the council desires to have that conversation once and for all, that it would be necessary, it would be wise to make a request to put it on a future agenda, get this.
Okay.
And then we can, you know, at least broach the topic of what does that look like.
Right. Okay. And with that, I would like to need a motion.
So your motion is to agendize the homeless roundtable for a future meeting. That's your motion. Is there a second?
I can't get a second.
You don't need a second.
Technically, you don't need a second. We just can go
Just
straight.
the
to
other
vote.
vote.
You just
Just
need,
vote.
oh, okay.
All right. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So yeah, please bring the discussion back on the agenda.
Thank you.
Anything else you have, sir?
Oh, no, those were the only two items I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to follow up on our conversation surrounding 9B and request that we agendize a discussion surrounding a moratorium on city-owned property uses for energy storage facilities and until we get the information that we hope to accumulate through the folks that we spoke to earlier. So I just think that if we're going to make a decision, it needs to be informed. And I don't think that we should, this shouldn't, correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, this shouldn't prevent us from continuing any existing discussions or future discussions related to these things. But as far as approving any of these or hearing them at council, we can postpone those based upon or a potential moratorium.
So if you could frame the potential moratorium for a time frame that is consistent with whatever your action is on any of these storage facilities that we may be discussing in the near future. So, yeah.
So can we, I think they said,
Didn't you say until?
yeah, can we go based upon when the analysis is, when we have findings?
Can we just simply say that we need to bring that you're seeking to bring this back?
That's right. Yeah, we have to agenda.
We need to put it on an agenda, and I think our team needs to have a moment to figure out the ramifications of this, because as was shared earlier this evening in Business from the Floor, there's new legislation out there that talks about this very subject, and I, want to make sure that we're giving the council the full picture of what that means. So, let us have the chance to bring
enough.
that back to you.
Yeah.
And then we can start talking about, those if the council wants to go that direction.
I'm fine with that.
So can you just repeat that?
So to agendize the discussion surrounding a potential moratorium on battery storage facilities and energy as it relates to the topics covered in 9B on city property. Is that clear enough?
So I think what you're after is just the whole subject of battery storage is within city limits, regardless of whether it's on city property or on private property.
Correct.
So restated is anywhere.
Citywide.
Citywide, agendize a conversation for related to a moratorium on the discussion topics under 9B
I'd leave 9B out of it.
Yeah, just discussions, topics of
battery storage.
battery storage. So that's your motion.
Yes.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. So anything else, Mr. Stockton?
That was it. Oh, I was wondering if, I know I mentioned, I reached out to the assistant city manager regarding a fire that occurred over at the park and ride. And so I don't know if that is related to anything with well, it sounds like it was not related to the warming shelters, but so I wanted to vocalize that. But I am also just wanted to say how thankful I am for the crew's involvement and just them being very compassionate with their presence at the warming center, and for the volunteers that are out there helping. And I also just want to put it out there, if there are anybody with issues, concerns, questions, or comments related to it, please reach out to me or to me through staff if they have questions. I know that I've gone out there and met with several of the business owners in that area that have shared concerns. I spoke with a member of crew today and got some additional feedback, and I know that they're communicating with the business owners as well. So just on behalf of the, for the council, I'm just very appreciative to know that staff is continuing to communicate and make those efforts. So thank
you. Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. So Along the lines of the warming center, so received a call from one of the volunteers that was there last couple of days, or at least mentioned something last couple of days. They said, quote unquote, you have a very good crew team. And so I actually did a ride along the morning, 7 a.m. After Christmas with one of the sergeants with crew, and spent a good few hours on calls related to that respective population, and some other non-related calls as well. But there's a lot of different messes, so to speak, throughout our community. I think on that day we put in, it was what I overheard, 21 different bids to help clean up the different areas. Likewise, meeting with the businesses and the district boundaries that I represent out there in that respective area that Councilmember Stockton was referring to. I think one of the things that really bother me is that we have funding out here for to help address this particular need, but the cost to clean up continues to be put on a lot of small business owners and also private residents. And so, whatever's being discussed at the JPA and even here on the local level, that's something. When I was on a call, I called in. That was something that I was trying to advocate for our small businesses, that we stop putting on that additional burden costs on the small businesses. So if it's cleanup or whatever it is that's not related to their business, it just kind of, and there's funding there to help address these issues. I know it's a frustrating concept. And I will say that just about every single person that we encountered, a couple of very sad situations. Many of them declined, additional help, or didn't follow through on months of help, and I know that can be very frustrating. And so, when you have these different resources, and you're trying to help people, help themselves, and give them breaks and whatnot, and it's not the case across the board necessarily. There's different struggles, different, every situation is unique, but always appreciate my time. Again, looking at things from different perspectives, and literally walking behind the shoes that are doing it day in and day out on different sides of that issue. Two requests for city council. Vacaville Heritage Council reached out to me several months ago. They're trying to get a scanner funded, so some equipment funded in order to scan documents that are currently degrading. They're trying to digitize all of those. So there's an expensive piece of equipment. I had asked staff to reach out to you all individually, but there was concern about Brown Act. I was suggested to come here, so like 3 months later, here I am. But I did what I was thinking about, and I don't know where each individual is with their district dollars and their plans are, but please consider allocating $500 from each district fund. My thought is that from each of that, if each of us allocate $500 from district funds to essentially ensuring greater access and a longer access to this data that not only keeps history of Vacaville, but throughout Solano County, that's something we can all be a part of. So I just want to put that out there. That would only fund 50% of their estimated costs. The other 50%, discussing with John Vasquez, County Supervisor John Vasquez and Mitch Mashburn to fund that, since it is a Solano County, they house Solano County information as well. So just kind of put that out there. Maybe contact Rika if you're interested. If not, it's quite all right. Just wanted to put that opportunity for us to collaborate on that. Number two, Solano County Jazz Society. Every year they put on a jazz festival. They've struggled since COVID to be able to recoup. Previously, they're donating funds out of their own pocket. Mayor Carly and myself were able to attend some really beautiful music, real beautiful jazz that they put together. They do a camp, in addition to that, to do a camp for high schoolers to teach them, introduce them to jazz. Those high schoolers actually get to join up with some of our jazz, the jazz band from the Band of the Golden West. So they work with them over the course of a month, and then they put on a solo for the community. So I don't know what I know they're asking for help So if that's something that we as a, individually as council members, but us as a council want to consider supporting in some way or another with district funds, I'm sure they'd be very appreciative of that. So those are the two things I just want to put out there. Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, and they're looking to put it on a Vacaville Music Festival
Yep,
again this
every year. Yep.
So, Vice Mayor Wiley.
Earlier this evening, we started the meeting with two proclamations that were very well received and well worthy. So it was wonderful to be able to do that. And we have talked before about not knowing what all proclamations have gone out in our names. So I wanted to just inform you that on December 28th, I was able to present a proclamation for the National Day of the Homeless. And since we were talking about that as well, and it was at the Baptist Church, and it was to recognize and honor the 11 people from Vacaville that have passed during the year of 2023. So I did let Councilmember Chapman know, and she also attended. And I felt bad that I didn't let other people know because there weren't as many people in attendance. And as a group, we said it should have been publicized better. But it was a very nice proclamation on our behalf saying that we recognized and, were had empathy for the people who had passed this year and their families. And then afterwards, there was a dinner that we ate with some of the people that were needing services. And it was just a good way to interact. So I just wanted to let you know that that proclamation on our behalf was presented at the end of the month. And then I also wanted to say last Thursday, at the Travis Air Force Base, I was there for the ceremony when Brigadier General Derek Salmi got his star, and he is now, promoted. It happened a while back, but this was the actual ceremony. And it was really nice because quite a few people, and he recognized and how great Vacaville was and how people, really feel supported and how our community supports the Air Force and even the people that had been there in the past. So good things were said about Vacaville at that really nice ceremony for us. And then just a reminder to all of us that on Monday is the Martin Luther King Jr. Day at Ulata Center from noon to 2, and that would be a great time, a great event to be there. And just to thank all the people who work with the victims of human trafficking. And it's not just recognized now and that's it, but it's day after day, week after week, and how important that job is, but also how draining that job is to really work with the victims, but change lives in the process. So that's it for me.
And Councilmember Chapman, you had one more thing you wanted to ask.
Thank you. I was going to make mention of the event, was it the Day of the Homeless?
Day of the Remembrance, National
Yes.
Day of Remembrance, a national day.
I was going to make mention of that, so I won't repeat what was stated, but it was a wonderful event. Few in attendance, however, our chief of police was in attendance and made wonderful comments. I mean, very inspirational words that he shared. They were personal. It was personal to him, and so very moving. And then a comment about the warming center. I received a phone call as well. The first day it was touch and go there. However, the second day, they were there. They came in. I believe they said that every cot that they had available was used, and an individual had to go out and volunteer to go and get their personal cot to bring it in for an additional individual. So it's good that we were able to do that for the residents, and I'm told that they were appreciative. And lastly, I wanted to share that each of us probably received the email from a business owner in the area. Speaking of the, what is that called? The transportation?
Cliffside, or the park and ride.
Park and ride, yeah. Speaking of the cars parked in the park and ride. And so I don't recall if you made mention that that property is not ours.
Yeah, that was it.
I missed it. Thank you.
sometimes it is a challenge because
Yes.
it's the state's property. And, sometimes trying to be a good neighbor, location that we're sometimes obligated just because the businesses are calling and they're looking for solutions. Got that one. I saw that too. Councilmember Ritchie.
I'll be very brief. Thank you so much for mentioning the MLK event. I'll do a recap. My voice is better after maybe we speak at that event, but I'm glad we're doing it one more time. Also, it was the quick comments of just the proclamation we had earlier. They're both amazing, and as I really appreciate Captain Poland still here. That's always something that is work they do. Like Miller captured it perfectly. It's like that's amazing. There's like I made a statement laughing, but it's very true. Like even if you guys cut funding, you just hand me the list and I'll help you for free to help solve the problem in Vacaville. Like I'm that passionate about sex trafficking, slave labor, and human trafficking, how it's still here, and pedophiles. Like that's what you guys have to do on a daily basis to make sure that we never see what happens and our kids are safe. It's like it's God's work. So I bottom of my heart appreciate it. And that's an industry and a profession that some people here know. It doesn't click off. Like you can't turn off some stuff you do and see and help. So it's more than most people ever know. And I appreciate you guys are stepping up and doing that. And that's in closing, I appreciate the opportunity to be the vice mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stockton.
Yeah, I did want to congratulate Councilmember Ritchie on being our new vice mayor. Very proud of you, Greg. And I believe today is Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. And so I almost forgot to thank them. No, just kidding. No, but we are very, very fortunate here in Vacaville to have some incredible men and women that are serving. And so I just wanted to make sure that we thank them as well. So thank you. Please relay our sentiments to the brave men and women that work in your department and thank them for me and for us.
Special for all of us. It's very personal to me too. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Very much so. And with that, I just want to remind the public, I know it's been put out there, tomorrow night we have a special meeting. Lattice at 6 p.m., doors open at 5. It's a single item special meeting on the discussion and the agenda item for the NRA. Any other comments on that? I think that's any special. It'll be televised. And with that, I want to say goodnight, Vacaville. And for those of you, I'll see you tomorrow night.